You guys were able to see the screen?
Yes, Shrikant.
Okay. Right. So is it the place where we stopped last time?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we were looking at the waterfall chart. Okay, let me just take a look again. Okay, we looked at the matrix table, public workshop. This is what we have learned. Right. So we covered this visuals. Is there anything that you guys have any question on this?
Shrikant, Narendra.
Yeah.
Uh, so, can you just give me some inputs on legend because we know the x-axis, y-axis, and what is the exact use of legend?
What is the exact use of legend?
That means in ribbon chart we just insert this continent in legend, right? Uh,
Correct.
yeah. So, like that in other charts we have not done anything. So थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूज हो रहा था वहां पे एक बार बता दो ना.
Okay. So you want to know like what is the legend doing here?
हाँ हाँ.
Okay. So in the ribbon chart, legend plays a legend plays a great role here. Okay. Ideally, what happens on the ribbon chart, it is a combination of like the other combo chart, it is also one of the same chart. So in the legend chart, what is happening on the x-axis, you are mentioning um, the months, you're representing the month. Okay. And on the y-axis, you're looking at the average cost in the USD, so which you have given it. So on the legend part where it says when we bring the continent, so there are different colors coming up. So legend will legend will explain you clearly how much. Okay, let me put this fit to page. Right. So the legend here will tell you exactly what ribbon represents, or what color represents the continent. So based upon the continent here on the top, you see the blue color represents the Africa line. So we can see the Africa line, how it is going on. Asia, yes, you can see this in the dark blue color, which is there at the end. So the legend will help you to identify the color, which color it is representing, and how the flow was.
uh, Shrikant, but like this ribbon chart we don't have this option of legend in uh, other charts, right?
No, no, we have the options in all the other chats. If you look at the visual here, If I look, when I click on this, you see there is an x-axis and y-axis. There is a legend as well.
Okay. So here, if we put continents, then how it will affect? Can you put the continents here over here?
Yeah, I can put the continent. Only thing you are going to see is, the representations will be more. You see this. Okay, here the legends are not working for this. Maybe the representation cannot be given in this case because it is already how I can explain this. Well, we already have the x-axis and y-axis given, but when
Right.
you get the representation here for the continent on the legend part, you know, first thing it cannot carry more on the visual. But we do have a simple legends. Let me bring up something else. I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
Let me bring something else then. यहाँ पे legend का continent मतलब continent ऐड किया legend में x axis में आपको let's say थोड़ा less data ही लूंगा और let's see even if I go with the month as well. Now you see this is how it works and it looks in.
Okay.
Is it clear?
ओके बट यहाँ पे लीजन का क्या एक्चुअल पार्ट आता है एक बार बता दो means वो
Okay.
थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है मुझे
Confusion क्या है? It's, I mean, confusion मत don't get into the confusion mode. So when I'm removing the legend, now what does this represent here? What do you understand looking at this particular visual?
this is month and this cost of USD means
Right,
month
cost in
versus
the USD.
yes
So every month, what is the cost in the USD? Correct?
yes
Okay. So each month, the cost of the USD, it has been represented. Now that what am I doing? I'm going to bring the continent, or I'm gonna bring the continent onto the legend. So when I bring the continent onto the legend, what is happening? Each of the continent, each of the month, what is the total average cost? Or what is the total sum of the cost? Let's say I'm keeping this as an average of the cost. Okay.
okay
And let me add the data label. Now
okay
you look at one particular portion. If we are looking at one particular portion, let's say January का या February का कहीं भी जहाँ data है. So let's say this is 45. This is $8, correct?
Hmm.
And then this is 59, and this is 23, and this is 27. So after that, there is one more which is 20. So average you look at 20, 27, 47, 60, sorry, 70, 129 plus 8, 137 um, plus 45, maybe 182, let's say. And then looking at the cents, probably around plus or minus 2, let's say. Now what am I going to do? I'm going to remove the legend one time. Okay. So what is the average? What is the average? It is $10.
Mhm.
The total average for the January month is $10.24.
Yes.
Continent, when I'm bringing on the legend, it is just giving me the bifurcation that each of the matlab, for each of the continent, let's say for each of the continent, Africa, it is 45.50 in the month of January. Asia, it is giving me the breakup by continent. Let's say, for example, if I'm removing the continent as a legend, let's say I'm going to bring the country. Data gives me in terms of country. It tells me what color represents on the top. You're
Mhm.
analyzing certain data onto the y-axis. Now for bifurcation, further bifurcation, like you want to see by quarter, you want to see by the continent, you want to see by the country, then legend will help you.
So basically, Shrikant, it impact on x-axis, right? So whatever we do in
Right.
legend, ideally it impact on x-axis and not on y-axis.
No, it is impacting both.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll tell you in another way. Uh, okay. Do you understand this funnel chart?
Yes.
Okay. In funnel chart, what is happening when we are representing the month, correct?
Mm.
So when we are representing the data, what we did, we looked at the Europe. Europe says 65.50, correct?
Right.
So let's think these are the continents on the x-axis.
Okay.
These are the data on the y-axis. Okay.
Mm. Mm.
Now, when I click on the Europe, right, let me drill down. So when I click on the Europe, does it undergo some other data like by each of the month?
Yes.
Now, when I click on that bar, when I click on that bar, it is actually going out drilling down to the month-wise information. Do you agree this point?
Yes.
Okay. So where do you think with the moment once I click on this Oceania, it is again giving me the bifurcation for each of the month, correct? Now you
Yes.
think when I click on that particular bar, it is drilling down to the information. So where is it impacting? Either it is impacting on the continent or the data.
Uh, because we कॉन्टिनेंट के बाद सब पार्ट हमने मंथ नेम लिया है सो दैट्स व्हाई इट इज ड्रिल डाउन फर्दर इन मंथ.
Correct. Very good. Now the same portion, what am I trying to tell you here? If you are looking at the continent on the x-axis and the data on the y-axis, where is legend coming into the picture is the moment once I click on this, you are seeing the month-wise data, right? This is the legend. So this data comes into the legend part. So since we have added the category by continent and the month name, you are looking at the visual. Based upon this kind of visual, you are looking at the data. But for the other visual, what happened? Since this is a funnel chart, you're unable to see the data like see the legend here. But the other visual like bar chart or s- column chart, what happened is since you are unable to look at the data like this by category immediately, we have brought in the legend there. Okay. So the same data has been bifurcated. So which means the place where you can see the average cost when they click on this, you're drilling down into the information. But there you are not clicking anywhere. It is straightly visible to you on the first um, first representation itself. It is showing you the complete data.
Okay. Okay. So
For
in
subject,
ribbon chart. Yeah. So in ribbon chart, we are not doing any drill down option over there in ribbon chart. However, the data itself represents the whole story, right?
That's all. We are not drilling down. In another ways, the moment once you are creating the legend, it creates an impact on both the cases. But look, your data has been split. Your data has been split by your x-axis as well as the y-axis according to your new condition that you have put in. Like according to continent or according to quarter, according to country, according to city, or according to your customer, or according to your product, you can do
Okay. Okay. So
it.
because the confusion is that because in a graph we only have two factors, x-axis and y-axis. So when we put legend, how it will impact that थोड़ा सा confusion हो रहा था. But
नहीं नहीं
now
कोई
I think
प्रॉब्लम नहीं, ये नॉर्मल एक्सेल में भी आपका एक्सेल में जो बार चार्ट होता है और नॉर्मल कॉलम चार्ट होता है, इसमें भी वही ऑप्शंस रहेगा. ओके, ओनली थिंग इज वी हैवंट स्टार्ट माइट मतलब वी माइट नॉट हैव looked into a different option there. You are looking at the same point, you are looking at the same point, but you are varying the point by different elements. See, furthermore, only just for you to make you understand, furthermore, I'm just still saying, when I'm looking at this, I'm just saying, probably let me say, you're in which department? You work for which department?
I'm in a strategy department, insurance department.
Strategy, strategy department. Like what kind of data that you play around with?
Business data, all, means how many business come month on month, year, then the analysis, seasonality, and particularly I'm handling a vertical life portfolio manager where we have HNI advisors. So we have progression path for them. So like
Good,
that we have the entire vertical.
good. So what you are going to do is you will say, let's say you're analyzing your business, which means, let's
Yes,
say, for example, you're analyzing your customer. You're analyzing month on month. What I'm gonna tell you this way. Month on month, you have plot a graph like this. So from January to December, you have brought in what is your turnover, what is your business turnover. Let's say, for example, you have brought in the information like this on a graph.
right.
Now you took the graph to your boss. Your boss will say, um, good, I understood that you have brought in some information, which is very good. Can you tell me, especially I'm looking out for Chennai people, can you give me a bifurcation? What will you do? In a usual case, I will tell you what you will do. Usually, what we will do is we'll go and put a continent like this, and then I'll go back to a slicer content, and then I'll keep the slicer. And then what I would say, you see this right now when I click on the Africa, does it give me the Africa bifurcation?
Yes,
And when I click on Asia, does it give me the Asia bifurcation?
yes,
Right. So what do you understand here? You're slicing your data and you're cutting the data here like this. Now this is
yes,
what you have given, and then go back. And then I cleared the filter, just kept it like this. Your boss is not satisfied. What your boss say, look, this is not what I'm looking at for. Can you bring this people, or can you give me the data and then put it onto the graph? Then what will you do? We don't have any other option other than bringing the continent. We don't have any other option bringing the continent onto the legend directly. Now, the moment once I bring on the legend, what has happened? You will go back and then tell your boss, okay, this is what you have asked for, I have given it. Now take a look and then let me know. So what your boss will say, yes, this is what exactly I'm asking, because here it says E by I can see all the data at one shot. I don't need to add a filter here. पहले क्या था, स्लाइसर ऐड किया था हम.
right.
स्लाइसर के वजह से एक एक कॉन्टिनेंट को मैंने देख रहा, बट वही डेटा इसके बदले हमें सीधा एक शॉट में दिख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे
Mm,
कॉन्टिनेंट है अफ्रीका का. ओके, एशिया मतलब एशिया यही है. यूरोप मतलब ऑरेंज कलर यूरोप है. तो ये ऑरेंज कलर, जहां जहां ऑरेंज कलर है, ये यूरोप का डेटा है.
right.
करेक्ट. Either you
Yes,
can put it a field slicer or you're just bringing all the data at one shot. So when you bring all the data at one shot like this, your data looks much more clumsier. So we don't do it. But इसीलिए मैंने बाकी सब ग्राफ्स में मैंने आपको ये ऑप्शन नहीं बताया था, लेकिन रिबन चार्ट में स्पेसिफिकली इसीलिए बताया कि the data we are looking at how it is analyzed, because before even looking at the number on a kind of a representation, it tells me how it started from the top and then how it ended to how it is ending till the end of the month, till end of the year.
Hmm.
अगर वही legend यहाँ पे अगर मैंने legend absolutely add नहीं किया होगा, so what will be the information? This is how you look at the data.
Right.
Is it clear?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm just leaving this as it is here. Waterfall chat is okay, and then we looked at the funnel chat. Okay, so let me save this as a day 5 first. Right. So we looked at the funnel chat, we looked at the waterfall chat, and then pie chart. Okay, I'll cover up the pie chart, donut chart, and then gauge chart all at one shot, and then we'll look at the different things, and then we'll also move onto the next parts. But this time, when I'm going to do this, okay, let me first thing, let me make a copy of this visual. So this is my visual 6. So on the visual 6, now what am I going to do is I'm going to convert this funnel chart directly onto the pie chart. Okay. So I'm just covered this on directly onto the pie chart. On the visual 5, whatever the funnel chart that I have brought in, I just converted that directly into the pie chart. Okay. So this is how the data is looking onto the pie chart. When I select this, you will also see here, uh, if you can observe, the very first point itself, it says legend and then values, because pie chart will always give you the bifurcation of different elements together, right? So you're analyzing the average cost in the USD for different continents by continent and by month. Both you can analyze it here. Now, what is so interesting about the pie chart than compared to the other Excel pie chart? So there is, in terms of the representation, there is no change. But what you can still see here, in terms of the way the pie charts are actually plotted, in Excel or in PowerPoint or in Microsoft Word, probably earlier when you are using it, what happened is there you might have to struggle in terms of arranging your data. Okay, you might have to struggle arranging your data like with the call out lines. I believe we might have done, many of us would have done this, especially on the pie chart, like adjusting the label here and there, making it center, keeping it aligned, and making it feel like this particular data label belongs to this particular slice bit. So this is what we might have done. But in Power BI, you can see the way you are looking at the way we are dragging this entirely, you know, just see the way how the graphs are getting adjusted or how the labels are getting adjusted. So the more you are representing, or let's say the more you are trying to add the information or you're trying to reduce the data, this is how it is automatically giving you the feasibility where you don't need to spend more time on your visualization by adjusting the data here and there, but then it will automatically adjust the data for you. This is automatically adjusting the data. So this is a pie chart. So since right, so since you can see the moment once I select this, okay, you can again see there is a drill down I have added. Since we are adding the data by continent and then we are also giving the data by month. Okay, so let's say for example here the larger portion says Europe, which is there in the orange color. So when I click on the slicer, it goes to the another beautiful circle, or let's say another beautiful data which goes directly onto the um, drill down feature and then show me by month. See, this is how it is representing the data. When I want to go up, I can go up. So here I can either bifurcate this way. I can either put the month by first and then continent next. We can either do the other way. So this is how it looks like. So now I have just changed the month to month on the top and then continent on the below. So that anywhere you select any one of the month here. Let's say the I started with January. Okay. So I'm selecting this. So the moment once I click on the January, it shows me the other data for each of the continent. Just give it a try and then see if you're able to do this quickly. And let me know once you guys are done. Okay, thank you, Narendra. How about Nair and Anand? Is it an yes from Anand? Okay, all right, good. So then if this is completed, just take a look at the second one. What am I doing is I'm going to copy the same visual. Okay, I'm selecting this visual and then do a control C and then I do a control V. So the same visual I have brought in. I'm just keeping this visual aside to the right hand side. Okay. And now what am I doing is I'm going to select this pie chart and just do a donut chart. So this is how the donut chart looks like. The one what you did see earlier is a pie chart, the complete pie chart. And this is how the donut chart looks like. So there isn't much difference. I mean, there isn't difference between these two, only the full circle, but here there is only a kind of donut method, wherein in center there is a space. So let's say when I click on any one of this, okay, this is how it goes in. So I'll give the name here. This is donut. Okay, just give it a try. It shouldn't take more than a minute. Okay, is it done, Narendra Sarji?
Done, done.
Great. No, we didn't put it in the wrong hole. Oh, my bad. All right, so good. So let's move on to the next portion. Okay. So before I move on to the next portion here, so I'm not copying the graphs from the top. I'm not copying any graphs from the top like what we have done here, but rather what am I going to do is to create a new visual directly here down. And so what we are gonna do, watch my screen. Do not do anything on your screens. Just watch my screen for a minute. And once I complete the subject, then you guys will be able to do the same thing back on your screen. So let's go point by point. I'm looking at the gauge chart now. Okay, so I'm picking up the gauge chart like this. I picked up the gauge chart here. And what I'm gonna do is I'll just keep this gauge chart somewhere in the mid center so that I can see both these graphs are aligned here. Okay. Okay. So this is a gauge chart wherein right now I'm going to add my value. First thing, when I have to start adding the value, what is that I need to represent on the gauge chart? So remember this particular gauge chart looks very easier. There is no complication over it. But as I told you, that you need to have your data very properly for this to get the proper representation out of it, right? So when we talk about the gauge representation specific to the gauge chart, what is that we need the information? Friends, I mean, either you drive a bike or either you drive a car. You would have done this on a daily basis. Like you might have a car or you might have a bike. Okay. So within the bike or a car, there is a speedometer that runs in. So this gauge chart is very specific to that kind of a speedometer. So what is that you see on the speedometer? First thing, what is that you measure on the speedometer? You are measuring the speed of your vehicle. Either it is car or bike, you are going to take the measurement that your speedometer represents the amount of speed that you are driving your vehicle. Then the next part, what you are gonna see is the numbers, like the minimum to maximum. The minimum will be from 0. Maximum could be, it depends upon the bike or the car that you are driving. Sometimes it varies between 80 till 220 or 240 even. It depends. Correct. So it is when you are looking at on the speedometer, what you are looking at, one is you are measuring the amount of the speed that you are going. Two, you have a minimum value as a 0, and then you have a maximum value. It could be depending upon the vehicle that you are using, right? So three, there apart from this, there is something called in our vehicles. What we say, there is something we call a target value. Instead of target value, I would say there is a cutoff point. Okay. Usually, right now, all the vehicles that you are, which are getting released in the market right now, we have a limit which is being fixed within the car very internally. Somewhere the moment when you are driving a car, you will see after 80 there is a buzzer, or 120 there will be a buzzer, or 100 there will be a buzzer. So what is that we call that as a limit, speed limit. Okay. So instead of speed limit here, we say there is a target. So on the gauge chart, what you are going to look at is four different values. One, what is that you are measuring on the gauge chart? Two, your minimum value, your maximum value, and then four will be your target value. So these are the four representations that you are going to bring here onto the data. But so here on the right hand side, if you observe, this is a value, minimum, maximum, and then target value. Okay. Now the interesting point comes into the picture. Do we have all the data? Do we have all the data? Like Srikant, you are saying minimum value is required, maximum value is required, and then you also have some other information like target value you are talking about. But till date, you are being talking about the data, and then we are only looking at like cost in the USD. You're making us convert it into average, and then we are representing the same. But then how we are going to adjust the data? Now, I would say this is not a challenge for us. This is not a challenge for us. But then, since we are looking at these options, all these options, since we are looking at, so we are taking the same data in a different methodology. What is a different methodology is in pivot tables. Again, sorry, coming back to the other topic. In pivot table, if you would have understood a terminology called calculated field that comes in when your calculations are not there, but when you do a custom calculation, we call it as a we do it in the calculated field. Similarly here, today we are going to do something more on the data. As I don't have the minimum and maximum value, and also I don't have the target value, I want to bring or create something like this and bring those elements onto the gauge chart directly. So since there is no straight methodology that I'm following, see, there is a way that I can still do, but I'm not looking at that direction. So what we are going to do is we'll do some custom calculations in Power BI. When you do a custom calculation, we technically call them as measure. Okay, so what is that measure will help you is measure is going to help in creating or calculating a custom, helping you in doing some custom calculations. Okay, so what does a custom calculation mean in? For example, I have the cost in USD value which is there in a column, and I keep taking the value again as a sum or an average, and I can still do the same representation. See, watch my screen. Do not do, as I told you, do not do anything on your screen. Just watch my screen. I will show you what am I going to do. So there is a cost in USD. So I'm going to bring the cost in USD into the value. Okay. So I'm going to change this back. Right. So I'm going to change this back to an average. So which gives me 10.82 well and good. The same cost in USD, I'm going to bring into the minimum value. So here I can still say there is a portion here that tells me I can change this to minimum. So it shows minimum as 0. And then the same cost in USD I'm relying on, and I'm changing this to a maximum. So I'm giving the maximum value, which is 522. Okay. The target value, I'm gonna bring the same target value, again the same cost in USD. Let's say I'm going to take a median, or let's say the standard deviation or anything that it represents. Okay. So I have overall brought in some data like this for me, right? But then when I say the maximum value, I'm not giving the maximum of it. So I'm just giving you some kind of, what do you say? I'm just giving you some sort of ideology. Okay. How we are going to do this. So I have a methodology like this wherein I can rely on and I can bring in the data like this, which is absolutely okay. But then, um, just a minute, guys. Okay. Just give me a minute, friends. Just be online. Shouldn't take much time. Let me see something else. Mhm. Okay. Right. Okay. So sorry. I'm just looking at some other value which is not okay. So right. as I told you that this is the straight calculation that we are going to look in right now. So when I get this, I mean, this is how I can bring in the data. But then what am I doing to do? I don't want to get into that kind of mode. Okay. I really don't want to get into that kind of mode and then see, fine. I can bring in the value here. Now, again, you might question me, why are you taking the same data and giving in a different, I mean, you're analyzing or giving different aggregate functions or applying different aggregate functions. Since I don't have the data right now in hand, okay, and since I don't have the data, I'm relying on the same information in a different methodology so that you will understand what if the same situation arrives to you or happens to you, how you, sorry, how you are going to handle the same thing. Okay. Right. So let's start working on this. On the first point. So I'm taking the average aggregate rating here, and instead of sum, I'll say the average of the aggregate rating. This is 0, 5.33, 2.67. Okay, so this is a value. So I know this is the average of the aggregate rating. So I'm closing this. I'm closing this right away and see what am I going to do right now. Just watch my screen and then we are gonna do together. First thing, right click on the append one, right click here on the append one table because this is a place where I want to create a measure. Okay, so right click on this append one, click on the new measure, and the moment once I click on the new measure, you're gonna see that on the top there is a formula bar here like this. On the top there is a formula bar. Okay, here you're going to see the measure. Now I would say this measure as average aggregate average rating. Let's see, I'm giving a name called average rating like this. Okay, and then this is my measure name. My measure name, I'm giving it as average rating. Now if you see carefully, watch the screen here on the right hand side. The moment I'm still not yet done, the moment once I click on the new measure, okay, so you can see that there is a field which is added within the table which is set measure, and there is a symbol that indicates that this particular field that you are looking is a measure. Okay, this is how it represents. A tiny kind of calculator will be added. Now on the average rating, what I'm in saying, I want to calculate the aggregate rating, average of the aggregate rating. Okay, the aggregate rating whatever we have brought in, I want to create an average of this aggregate rating. So all I do is type average. Okay, and the moment once I see the average, I'm gonna select this, or let's say I clicked on the tab key, so the formula is completed. Open the bracket, and what is that average of the average, what is that I wanted to take? I'm calculating the average. I want to calculate the average for the append one aggregate rating table. So I'm gonna select this, click on, I mean close the bracket. Okay, and now I can click on enter. The moment once I click on the enter, you should see that the measure is automatically calculated and it will come up here. You see this portion, it will come up here somewhere, right? You see this one, it came up here as an average rating. So what does this represent in? Instead of me bringing the value directly from the table and then put it here onto the value and then change the value to average, instead of doing this three-step method, I created a measure directly saying बस average rating मतलब हमेशा होता है कि it is an average of the aggregate rating column. That's it. I can use this measure anywhere across the file, anywhere. I can use this measure across any pages, any sheet within this particular file. So now see, I can also have the methodology where I can change this average rating, and then what is the home table? This is append one, and then the format, it is coming up from the general format. Now I can represent the same thing either in terms of a decimal number, okay, and then I can also say, okay, I can give a fixed decimal number here. Let's say this is a 2-digit decimal place. So I fixed in. Now watch the screen here. I brought the average rating directly here. Now does it represent the same value? पहले क्या करते थे हमें एवरेज एग्रीगेट रेटिंग को लेके आके then I'm going to change that. Okay, you consider this value as an average, but this time what we have done, I created a measure that represents directly the average of this particular aggregate rating column. So the moment when I brought in here, it represents me, or it tells me the same value. So measures will be helpful in terms of calculating or doing a custom calculation which is absolutely not readily available, which is not a straight case within your data, but it will help you to create a measure like a custom function. Okay. Now I would request everyone to do it till here. Like just bring in the gauge chart, create a measure called the average rating, and then bring the value here and then see. I'm sorry. Am I audible to you guys? No?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So Narendra have some problem, I guess. I hope Narendra you are able to see and watch it. Right. Just take a look, do this, and then let me know. Okay. You could see Nair did. How about Anand? Okay, Anand also done. Narendra? Okay, looks like Narendra have some issue. Let's do one thing. Uh, um, Anand and Nayak, if you guys understood like what exactly is the concept of this measure now, we have done. Now, I'll give you another 2 more minutes. Do you mind to create another measure? Show me a measure. Now, this measure should calculate the minimum of the average of the aggregate rating. Got it? So I'm writing it here. Just do it. Create a new measure to calculate minimum of average of aggregate rating. Give it try to calculate the minimum of the average of the aggregate rating. And if you have succeeded, do the same for maximum as well. Create one more measure to create a maximum as well. Okay. Yes.
Sir, I tried it. Uh, can I share my screen?
Yeah. Tell me.
Sir, I use this.
Yeah. Tell me.
I use this minimum dot rating, and then happen when aggregated will right or right then.
Sorry.
So I tried this formula, the minimum one.
Huh. But what you have tried, what I have said, it should be the minimum of the average of the aggregate rating.
Okay.
Okay. Sujit Nayak. Okay. How about have you done that? Okay. I see. I saw your message like done. So What is your measure? Like, what can you put the formula for me on the chat window? Like, what was that that you have used? Just copy the formula for that particular measure on chat window. I mean, on the screen, and then give it back here. Nair, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just pasting it. While I'm
Okay.
getting one error, I'm just pasting the formula. Just a minute.
Okay, you're getting some error.
Yeah, minimum and maximum I got, but minimum of the average of the aggregate and maximum. So I'm just pasting that formula.
Hmm.
So minimum and
Okay.
maximum separately I got, yeah, but when I am adding it minimum of the average, it's giving an error saying the minimum function only accepts a column reference as an argument.
Okay. Very good.
The same for me actually it shows when I'm trying to a minimum ratings.
Okay. So you were able to do the form. I mean, you were able to do it, but the only problem that you are facing is when you're dragging the same onto your data, it is not accepting. Is it what you are saying?
So no,
So
actually
while
both pop-up
creating,
it shows the minimum function only accept a column reference as an argument.
As an
So
argument.
might be
Okay.
yeah, when you press the enter,
Huh.
this error comes. Means it's not creating that measure only.
Right.
can I
Right.
share my screen?
Well, just a minute. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Okay. The minimum function only accepts a column reference as the argument number. This is what you're getting the error, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Yeah. That's what I just wanted to check how you guys were able to do it. Okay. In this case, what we are going to do is we'll just do one more methodology. Uh, Okay, just give me a minute. I'll show you this one as well. Coffee. Coffee. Sorry, there is a power disruption. Sorry.
Shrikant, hi, you can hear me?
Yes, yes. No, there is a power disruption from my end.
Yeah. No. Actually, I am also having some issues in my MS Teams. So
Okay. You guys were able to see my screen, right?
yes.
Okay.
I missed this portion in
Uh,
the gauge chart.
okay. Where have you missed exactly?
I think we just started this gauge chart, the minimum, maximum, and I think average. After that, having some issue in my Teams.
Okay. So have you understood the measure?
No,
No. Okay. Okay. All right. Fine. Anand or Nair, anyone can explain about the measure? Can you guys just explain the measure? Anand? No, can you? I mean, the reason why I'm asking if you can just re-explain the same thing to
Yes,
Narendra,
yes, yeah,
so that I will also
Sir, I
know
will try.
to which
yes.
extent you guys were
Try
doing it.
from my side. Okay.
Is Anand explaining? Hello?
Yeah, you can share your screen and then you can explain it. Just see,
Yeah.
walk us through that measure once.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are able to see the screen. Narendra, you are able to just follow this.
yes, yes.
Okay, now I have added this gauge chart here, the blank one which you can see. So here I am.
We only see this Gmail account.
Just a minute.
So we are not able to see.
Is that issue with my screen or
No, we are okay. Anand, is it Nair or Anand who is sharing the screen?
No,
Nair.
I was sharing the screen, yeah,
Uh,
but I'm not able to view that Teams window. Just a minute. Yeah, can you see now?
no?
okay, looks like Nair is sharing the screen. Is it?
Yeah, I'm sharing it, but I'm not
Okay, you
seeing
might
that
be sharing
screen.
only one window. You have to share the entire window. So when you click on the share tray, okay, you can stop sharing the screen. And again, when you click on the share tray, okay, you will have options where desktop. You will have an option for the desktop. Just select the desktop.
Where? Please come again.
Sir, I will try.
So stop sharing the
Just
screen,
stop
please.
sharing.
Or shall I share my screen and you guide me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Anything works.
Anything works. Anything works.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
maybe. Anand or Nair can able to help you out again.
It is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I think in values, we're supposed to put first in USD, right? Please guide me.
So what we did, so we had
Okay,
measured
on the first thing.
the second or like somebody.
Okay, okay, what's happening? Narinder, again, you stop sharing the screen.
Is this visible now?
Yes, it is visible.
So,
Okay.
so what we did this time, we had actually calculated the aggregated rating measure average. Okay. So we had gone to clicked on in the append one left click. Hello.
And then you are saying something?
Yes, sir. So what we did at this
Your
time, we
voice is
had
breaking.
mine.
Anand, your voice is actually like very, very far away.
Okay. Then like
Shrikant, is my screen visible now?
Yes, it is visible.
The Power BI screen.
Yes.
Okay. So here there is a blank gauge chart. Narendra, is it visible for you?
Yes,
Blank gauge
yes,
chart?
yes. Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. So here you can see the value, minimum value and maximum value here in this part.
Okay,
So
okay,
usually in this gauge chart, we check what is the value, minimum value, maximum, and the target value. So we have
okay,
these four sections here in this gauge chart. So suppose if I want the average rating, I'm dragging it in the value, and I just want to check the average. So it is showing me the average of the aggregate rating. Similarly,
okay,
if we want that as a maximum, so we can check the maximum. So here we, instead of doing this way, we are trying to use the same by calculating a measure. So if I remove this, for example, I will delete that earlier measure which I have created. In the append, when you right click, you can select this new measure. Can you see this measure here appearing?
yes, yes, yes,
And
yes.
renaming that as average rating. And when I click on average, it will automatically appear that formula. And I want the average of the aggregate rating instead of directly dragging it. So I'm writing a measure here, and I press on the enter. You can see there is a average rating appearing here, a small calculator which is showing
Okay,
here. And instead
okay,
of, you can bring this directly to the value Here you can see this average rating here. And this measure can be used anywhere or in any other graph also.
Okay.
So similarly, we were trying to create a minimum uh, of the average and maximum of the average. So there we stopped earlier.
Okay. Okay.
I had a query, Srikanth here.
Yes.
This can be created for a timeline. Can this be called as a timeline chart also? Like say, if I have a year on year,
Mm-hmm.
2001 to 2010 or 2020, and uh, when I click on that particular year, then it will show me the data for that other data for that particular year. Means if I click
Repeat
on
that question again.
in this gauge chart only, if I have a year on year, like I'm bringing year as a value. So if I have year ranging from say 2015 to 2020,
Correct.
5 year, and when I click on that particular year,
Mm-hmm.
I can see the other data for that particular year.
You can see the data for the other particular year, yes, but I mean, provided that you are usually, I mean, provided that you are using this one, right? um, like you're adding a slicer, is that what you're talking?
Yeah, means adding a slicer kind of, when I'm dragging the value as year, and I have 5 year data, and when I click on that particular year, this year there, and then I will get the other data. Similar, like a timeline kind of.
Correct,
In,
like a timeline.
yeah, I mean, say in a long time. Like now, for slicer, we cannot add 20 to 25 year data.
Mm-hmm.
So from starting from say 2000 to 2020, like 20 year data, if I have to check on this, so that can be done on this. Am I right?
Yes, that can be done using the measure that you're talking about, correct?
Yeah, using this gauge chart. Yeah,
Using the
measure.
gauge chart, yeah, using the gauge chart, yes, you can do it. Provided that
Yeah,
you have a slicer, then it works very well.
but slicer will work for like 5 year or 10, like smaller amount of data. But here for say 10, 20 years, 40 years also, you can just click and check, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh, Srikant,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt in between. What I understand from Subhash's query is, in our timeline, we have a kind of a slider.
Mm-hmm.
When you slide that element, it will be giving that elements or whatever the status or output. So that is what he's asking. I mean, asking. So slicer, what is happening? It is just giving 1 point note. Like if you click on or off kind of toggle key, it can work. Okay. So he's expecting a timeline like what we have as a slicer and as a timeline we have got in our Excel. In the similar pattern, can we slide something and from one like starting and ending point, we can see a status of particular section. He's expecting that. If I'm not wrong, Subhas,
Right.
is that the same?
Yes, Prabhas.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly right.
yeah.
So slider that you're talking about this. See, okay, 20. I mean, between 2 years.
That can be month-wise between 2 years, or a large amount of data which is there from 2000 to 2023. For example, now date of joining of people. So that can go way back to 1990 also, 1995 also. So for me, if I am adding a date of joining uh, based on year. So I will start my year from 1990 onwards somewhere and
Correct.
till date. So
Correct.
when I'm somewhere, that gauge chart sign indicates some measuring is happening there. So if I click on 1997, So I'm getting another chart that who all are the members who joined in, or how many members on a tile or a any other chart it shows. So whenever I click on any particular year, I will get that.
Right.
Whereas slicer and only slicer can be added only in a department or a 12-month basis slicer.
Okay. See, gauge chart will actually tell you. I'll tell you. Maybe I might have taken it in a wrong sense earlier. Maybe. Let me tell you how the gauge chart will work in. See, basically, gauge chart will tell you the total. Okay, in a particular year, if you are hiring around 50 people, okay, in gauge chart, the representation that you can show is what is the total amount of the people that you have hired? What is your target? Let's say you are targeting for 50 people, but you have hired only 40 people. Okay,
Yeah.
in the year 1997. Okay, and then again 1998, you are looking out for again how the your target is again 50, but your hiring is happened around 40. So this representation can be shown in terms of in a year, how many, what is your target, how many of the members that you have hired.
Okay.
Okay, this is what the gauge representation will tell you. But if you are looking out maybe by year on year in the same gauge chart, let's say year on year, you want to give a bifurcation stating that 1997, this is what 1998, this is what you need, you're looking out. Now that representation will not happen on the gauge chart. That is again, that becomes as a donut. It happens like in the pie or a donut chart.
Okay.
Okay, am I still understanding it wrong, or is this what you're asking?
Yeah,
No,
just
sorry.
let me.
Since there was some trouble happened, I'm just re-looking at the system. So that's the reason why probably I might be missing something. Am I missing something here?
I tried
Rep-
some data. Let me check opening one file. I tried
Okay.
with this gauge chart. So just let me open that file.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Prabhas, you're there?
Yeah, Shrikant, I'm here.
Okay. Can you tell me that? Do you mind to tell me that one more time? Is it what I'm saying?
Just give me a minute. I'll give it to you. Okay.
Okay. This is what your data is.
Yeah, means I tried. So
Okay. Now here you have a question. Now tell me.
yeah, here actually it's not showing anything like when I click and it's showing me for that particular year. Actually,
On the right hand side, you have the slicer. So with all the dates, correct?
right.
Right.
No, sorry, this chart is not giving that way. Actually, this gauge chart is not giving that presentation, kind of a timeline chart kind of.
Okay. Okay. The timeline chart that you wanted to look. Okay. First thing, your slicer is having the higher date, isn't it?
Yeah,
That slicer, if you look at your slicer, they are in a different representation altogether. Like 11 November 2022, 01 December 2022, isn't it?
yeah,
So first thing, you need to change this slicer mode. Do you
right.
mind to show me where your the column where you have this higher date?
The Excel.
Can no. Go to the data portion, data view. Go to the data view. I'm pretty sure data view. I'm pretty sure you have the data here. Can I see
Yes,
the higher date, please? higher date column. Right. So just select the higher date column here. Right. Okay. So this is the data type. Okay. All right. This is good. Now go back to the report view.
Actually, this gauge chart I prepared for average days to fill the mm, during recruitment, average days to fill an employee,
Right.
fill the position. So I was just checking that in 2000, year by year, my actually average day is 30 days. Within 30 days, I have to fill this position. So I have that 30 in that gauge chart there.
Right. I'm
So
going to
I,
show you that. That's what
yeah,
exactly I'm going to show you. So select the slicer higher date, please.
again
Select
in
the
the,
slicer. No, 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 no. Here only. Just select the slicer. Huh. Now go to the next to the build visual. You have the format your visual, right? Go to the format your visual. The first thing, no, no, just sorry. This is slicer mode. Okay. Now go to the format your visual next to the build visual. Right. Go to the slicer settings. Okay. The technique here, what we are missing, I'll show you that technique. Okay.
Sugandha, just I have a query. I mean, just to add on this only.
Mm-hmm.
Can we make like just a group as we do?
We can. That's what I'm actually looking. We
So,
have that.
so
We did that in our data. So that's
right.
what I'm actually looking out for him.
Hmm.
Where the groups are actually missing up, because Nair, can you just expand on the right hand side? On the right hand side, expand that year 2021 and 2023 as well.
yeah. No, this one is entirely a different, in this
Date.
application only it will, yeah, this was created, this year 2021-22 was created for some other reason,
Hmm.
for my another comparison. For example, if this comparison chart, for that, like recruitment expenses, what was in 2021, 2022, all other expenses. Uh, but this application,
Got it. Under the applications,
under
when I
the
scroll down,
application,
just okay. Expand the higher date, please. No,
yeah,
no.
here,
Just
higher,
expand the higher date. There is a date hierarchy. You see that?
yeah.
This will automatically come the moment whenever you have any data. So again, expand the hierarchy. Right. Now remove the slicer on your screen and then just bring the year onto this screen, please.
Is it that?
Now remove the slicer higher date. Remove the
Okay.
slicer.
Entirely delete that.
Yes. Yeah. Delete the slicer. Now just bring the year alone onto the screen, please,
Value.
and then convert this to a slicer. See, you will have an option here
Okay.
like this.
Okay.
Okay. 2022 or 2023. I mean, you can change the slicer settings as well. Whatever the slicer setting you want to give, you can just use it with the slicer setting. And this should give you the representation between 2021, or let's say starting from 2000. And again, you can give the other value as 2000 as well.
Okay.
So nothing had happened between 2000.
Right.
That is what it shows. You're zero there. 2021. Looks like even 2021. Yeah, there is some data. Okay, in 2022. Do you see that on an average, your target is 30, but you're crossing more than 30. That is around
Right.
32.50.
Right.
Uh, is this what you're looking out for?
Yes. Yes. Fine.
Right. So usually what happens, remember that whenever we have a date column which is properly created as a date column, which is converted into a date column, whenever you bring the same data onto the Power BI screen, this will bring a hierarchy. हमको पता नहीं सकते कि there is a hierarchy, but all you need to do is to just expand that particular column. You will see the date hierarchy. Then you can use that particular thing as a slicer. If you are bringing the higher date directly, right, you will end
Right.
up having the entire data information. What you need to do is to expand it by date hierarchy, and then you need to see either it is a year or a quarter or a month, and then based upon that you can bring it. Now year तक लेके आया था आपने. Now if you want to add month or quarter also, you can add as a second slicer. You can see that again. Now you're looking the statistics for 2022. Now you select any one of the month here, then it should give you the bifurcation for the month as well. So February there is nothing. March, you see there is a data.
Yeah.
Prabhas, this is what you're asking, right? The date hierarchy.
Yeah, that is what I mean to. I mean, when Subhas asked me, I mean, asked to you, I got that this is what he is expecting. But
Yes.
what
Yes.
I am suggesting over here is, I mean, I don't know whether it is possible or not, but I'm asking
Hmm.
you, just I'm
Hmm.
showing my screen, you just have a look once.
Okay.
Just.
See, ideally, the moment we go for our Excel pivot tables and all, okay, so if I take the date, right? So if I take the date, it automatically makes a group of the data in this format
Correct.
automatically, and we can keep creating the hierarchy month-wise. Anything I want to look for, I can go and create. This is one, we do have that. But my question is over here, the other way, if I'm looking for some other set of data, say take an example, I'll take this over here, my customer over here. And when we go for our timeline, especially, it has got the ready-made inbuilt feature of combining both, like year with month details, everything comes together
Hmm.
in one canvas itself. Okay. So
Hmm.
is there something we have in Power BI we can do so that instead of taking two different slicers, we can have only one?
Okay. So
This is
then
what
we
I'm
need to
expecting.
bring in the date hierarchy date directly. That's the only thing
Yes.
we should be bringing. So we need to bring in
Right.
the hierarchy date directly, and then we should see.
Yeah. That kind of customization, is it possible in
Yes,
hierarchy
it is.
itself?
It is possible. I'll show you how it
Well,
works in.
well, that I believe
Now,
that will help more to Subhash. Subhash,
sure,
am I
sure.
right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, Subhash, you can share the screen. I'll just show you again. It just takes a minute, not more than that.
Okay.
Right. Uh, do you mind to remove those two slices again, whatever I have shown you? Just remove those two slicers. Okay. All you need to do is on the right hand side under the higher date, do you see the date hierarchy?
Yeah.
Just bring it onto the canvas. Change that to a slicer. There you go. Now you select the drop down of 2022. again,
Got-
what we'll do again, the same thing. What we are going to do is, if I go to the slicer settings, um, sure, let me check it. This comes in as a times, like not in the in the same way in the Excel. Just a minute, let me see this. Mhm. Mm.
In Slicer, there are only two options here, either in that list view or that
Right, that is on the vertical or
button
this
view.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, vertical or this way. So since if you're just giving only one particular, if you're only using the year, then it will give you kind of a timeline. If not, then it will not give you the timeline method. So, but the only possibility that you have here in terms of Power BI, the hierarchy is this method.
Okay.
So in the hierarchy method, what you can still see, if you go to the format, just go scroll down.
Here.
No. On the under the visual, just format, select the slicer, please, and then hierarchy. No. Go to the format here visual. So there is something called the hierarchy. Yeah. So in the hierarchy, this is what you are going to get. Um, like you will have the levels, and then you have expand or collapse option. So these are like chevron plus or minus or this, but you can have the representation only like this in the Power BI.
Okay.
This is the only way. In Excel, you are showing the complete entire timeline, but this is not coming as an entire timeline.
Okay.
Okay, this is what we have got, but let me do one more thing. Let me also try and see if in case, the methodology what Prabhas also had shown, if in case if we are getting, if I have that something in that methodology again, I'll try to explore in the other way around, because as far as my understanding, this is how it looks in the Power BI. But still, if there is something that we can still go and look at the different methodology, I'll also give you the same method.
Okay.
And we can share any kind of link or any notes to you so that you can try and work on that. Will that be okay?
Yeah.
All right. So Narendra, are we good on the gauge chart for the measure as of now?
Yes. So 2 minutes, I'll just show you my screen.
Okay.
So as instructed or as guided by Nair, I just created this average rating, then maximum rating and minimum rating. So whenever I put, whenever I insert this, if I insert this maximum average rating, then it gives me 4.90. Minimum rating at 0 and average rating at 2.67.
Okay. Can I see that minimum rating and maximum rating as well? Just select select the maximum rating. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm on the right path, right?
Yes, you're on the right path. All right. So I'll share my screen from here on. Let's take it forward again. I'm sorry, I created something unnecessarily. So sorry for that. All right. So we have done the average aggregate rating. So again, as I have mentioned again to every, I mean, as I have told, we are going to create two more measures, one for minimum and one for maximum. So what am I going to do here is, since the average rating I have on the aggregate rating, I wanted to use the average, which is absolutely okay. But then when I say minimum, I have told average of the aggregate rating. So certain things in the measure doesn't work on a straight case. Okay. So let's say when I click on this new measure, now that I need to give the minimum. So I'm just going to write mini. I'm just typing mini as a measure. And then for the minimum, I wanted to use MIN. Okay. So likewise in Excel, we also have in Power BI two different methods. One is minimum A, and then there is another thing called minimum X. Okay. So differences between all the three. Minimum will work only for the numbers. It doesn't work for any other value. Minimum will only work for the numbers. Minimum A will work for numbers and text as well. So for example, if your data is having a combination of both number and text, then still you want to apply for a minimum, then it comes with min A. Okay. And minimum X is something that you are going to use a kind of a condition. Based upon the condition, you are going to achieve the results of the minimum as well. So that is where you are going to use the minimum X. But in this case, the aggregate rating, whatever I have told you, instead of saying like average of the aggregate rating, instead of that, what I'm saying here, we are going to use the minimum. So open the bracket, a simple thing, I need to refer to a particular column. So that comes in with append one aggregate rating and then close the bracket. I'm not using the average here. I told you to do the average, but just to give you an example, since it doesn't work, how does it is going to calculate? We are just going to pull out the minimum of the aggregate rating. Okay, just a minimum of the aggregate rating. So I'm just using this, correct the formula, whatever you guys have done. Instead of using the average, just mention the append one aggregate rating. And similarly, again, I'm going to create one more new measure here. And I will say this is maxi, the name as maxi, and then say max of append one aggregate rating. And then this should be in the decimal number. This is another point that I wanted to make it. So I knew that there is a formula, there is a measure called mini, and then there is a measure called maxi that calculates the maximum. So which is good. And the last but not the least, For target, okay, last but not the least, I'm creating one more final measure called target. And for the target, what am I going to do is we have another formula like standard deviation, median, and everything. So I'm using a median and use the same thing of the append one aggregate rating and then press enter. So that should be my target value. Okay. So now I have got four measures created within my file. One is mini, one is maxi that calculates the maximum. And then the another one is the target, which only gives me the median of the aggregate rating. And the fourth one, which is average rating. This is another measure. So for this particular gate chart, now I have got all the required data that I wanted to bring in. So I'm gonna bring this mini into the minimum value, maxi onto the maximum value, and then for the target, I'm gonna bring the target value here, right? So this is my target value. Now what I need to do just to bring it back to my theme, my Zomato theme, like I'm working for, I'll go to the another visual. Let's say this is one of the visual. I'll click on the format painter and then bring it back to the visual 6 and then just select it here. So I haven't done any changes. Rather, I just brought only the theme here by click on the format painter and apply the format. So you can see that the format has been applied. And on the visual side, again, when on the visual side, when I go to the format your visual here, gauge axis, everything is fine. Here I don't need to do anything because we already have updated the values and the colors are absolutely okay. The target color, if I want to change this target color to something else, so I can just bring in the target color value here like this. Data labels on. These are the data labels we are looking at. And in case if you want to do any changes to the data labels, you can just bring it here. And the same thing with the target label as well. So this is how it is. Now let me see if I can do something on the target as well. See, okay, this is minimum 2. Looks like I don't think so that we can do anything here. We can just leave it as it is for now, even on the call out value. I'm just trying something. If this will work out or not, just let me see. And is greater than or minimum 2. I'm just thinking in mind. Just give me a minute. What field should be based on the field based on the target value is equal to one number. Guys, you just do this measures here, okay? Minimum, maximum, and target, and then apply it on the gate chart, okay? And just let me know by the time you finish up. I'm just trying to look out something for you. I mean, I haven't done this. I'm not even experimenting, but I wanted to see if this works in. This might give you a value addition or not. That's what I'm just trying to look at. Meanwhile, you just create the measures and then keep it. Just fill up the gate chart. Okay. Looks like whatever I wanted to do, it doesn't work out. So let's leave it till there. Let's not do so much of it. Okay. Have you guys updated the measures for the grade check? Okay, Narendra done, Nair done. Anand and Anand. I'm not able to hear you, but I'm guessing that you have done this. Right. So this is on the gate chat. Just updating the title here, just as a gate chat, so that you guys are able to understand this. Okay. So I'll save the file here, and let me make another visual. So I'm doing the visual 7. So just watch my screen again. Um, Once this visual is completed, we'll take a short 10 minutes break and then we'll resume back. Okay. So let's look at this particular visual, the new visual, what we are looking at. So this is called a tree map visual. Okay. And the visual, what we are going to see right now, this is called the tree map visual. So this is the tree map visual where you're going to see. I'm going to click on this. I'll expand this a little bit. So, right. See, on the tree map visual, before I get into this, okay, how does the tree map visual will actually help you? Like I said, the ribbon chart, this tree map visual, these are some of the visuals which will give a look and feel of your data in a very high level, high standards, in a very high standard. Okay. And in fact, for the representation wise, these are really good. But the more you add the data, the more they look so complicated. Okay, we have a lot of other ways to look at the tree map because I have seen a lot of tree map visuals. But then out of all the tree map visuals that I looked in, what I understood again from a simple visual point of from the audience point of view, and even from the presenter point of view, the more you are adding the data onto the tree map, the more visibility you're going to lose. The less the data that you are showing, it gives a much more better representation. Okay, so I'll show you what exactly we are going to do it on the tree map. Now, the examples that we have used earlier, like the same thing, in this particular case, the funnel chart, we looked at the continent and the month name and the average of the cost in USD. So I would prefer to use the same thing. Okay. In the category details and values, what is that I'm going to add? First thing on the values, I'm going to add the cost in USD. Okay. So I'll chase this up and then mention this as an average of the cost in USD. So this is the total average cost in the USD, and I'm going to add a data label here. So the data label is shown somewhere here at the corner. Okay. And I'm going to add, or let's say increase the font size of this. I'll keep it bold. So just watch the screen for a minute here. The average cost in USD, this is 10.82. So what is it on the tree map I'm showing? First thing I'm showing, this is the total average of the cost. Now, this average of the cost is again bifurcated by continent. So I'm showing it by category. So the same cost, the total average cost, again, this is bifurcated by continent. Okay. So the moment when I bring it onto the category, under the category, when I bring onto the continent, there you can just see for the Europe, this is 65, and then Africa, this is 27, NAM 26. So the total amount, or the total amount which is exceeding more than that, like this is put it in an descending order. Now Europe is having the highest value, which is around 65.50. It is contributing more. So what it did, out of all the portion that we have given, it had allocated more for the Europe, and then next to Africa, it has allocated little lesser to the Europe, but then compared to NAM, it allocated more space. Now NAM have got lesser space. Similarly, Oceania have got much lesser space, and then SAM, and then Asia. So like this: Europe, Oceania, Africa, and then NAM, SAM, and then Asia. So based upon the value, it allocated the space. Now, if you're representing the same thing, when you're presenting the same thing over to a group of audience, people who are sitting again far away behind, the moment once someone look at the tree map visual, they can still understand, okay, so the portion here is Europe, which is occupying more. Of course, the data labels are very less to see, but you can increase the font size. That's the second thing. But looking at this representation, one can see, okay, this is occupying more space. So Europe is doing or contributing more. This is what I can understand it. Similarly, if I want to go by continent, now it is good. Now, if I want to add month, when I want to add month, I can put it on the details. But if I want bring it onto the category, this is how it looks like. So when I bring the same thing onto the category, just take a look at both the ways on the way of representation. When I bring the details onto the month, the same Europe is again bifurcated in terms of each one of the month, and it is contributing accordingly. So looking at this, I could still see, okay, August is doing more, and then September, and then November, July, and so on. But when I look at the data like this, it is creating more and more information, which looks so clumsy, right? I can't get into the details more. Now look at the same methodology when I bring on to the category, and when I switch on the drill down feature, and now I'm good at this particular level saying this is Europe is doing more. I want to look out the statistics for Europe. Click on this tree map. Now it will decently take you to the another level where you can still see the month bifurcation. Similarly, if I want to bring some more bifurcation to that, let's say for example, by um, cuisines, I bring it onto the cuisine here. Okay. And let's say August is doing very good. When I click on the August, it will take me to the cuisine and then say, okay, in the month of August, in the Europe region, you know, the French cuisines are taking more or contributing more, or people are loving this more. This is how I can look at the representation. So all I say, the best visuals that you have, the way you are appropriately using and placing your data, that is how it actually gives you a proper look. So this is the way, if you look at the data, so from here, from the front end, I can get into the details, and again from here I can get into the details to see what are the different details I have on the tree map visual. If someone instantly asks you, can I see the data for Asia? So you can click on that, they will see the details. And if they want to take a look at the May, then they can also see here. So it looks like there is more information here. So with this kind of data, of course, yes, we can't do anything because it is contributing more. But then still there is this is how you can update the data. Okay, rather than putting onto the details, the moment once you add on the detail, your data gets more and more clumsy. And we haven't spoken about the tool tips again so far, but I'll also show you. This tool tips remain the same across all the visual. Like for example, when I hover the mouse here, you can see the continent is Europe, average cost in USD is 65.50, which is what you're looking at the detail. Sometimes you might want to give the data by city or country as well. For example, I want to give by country. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the country onto the tooltip. Okay. And then count distinct I have just given. Right. I mean, this doesn't make sense. I'm just giving you some information how it works in. Okay. Or let's say I want to bring uh, our average rating. Let's say I'm going to bring the average rate, not on the detail, on the tooltip. I'm bringing the average rating, for example. So when I hover the mouse here, now do you see on the tooltips, it says continent and then average cost in the USD is 65.50. Average rating is given as 4.09. It is not just only one, you can also bring more information here. For example, other than this, if I can bring something else as well, let's say has an online booking. Okay, now when I hover the mouse, you can see has an online delivery or not. So you can add more tooltips onto this so that when someone hover the mouse, they can still look at more detailed information. Rather than showing it onto the actual statistics, you can also do it this way by adding it onto the tooltips. So this will be the same, or this option remains the same across all the other visuals that you have worked on so far. Okay, so this is how we can use a tree map visual, and just give it a try and then see if you're able to understand. And do you guys have any questions on this? Also, let me know. Multi-row, this is KPI, king answer, decomposition, question and answer, paginated report. We should be able to do it.
Shrikant,
Yes.
so if in tooltip I insert a currency,
Mm-hmm.
then this graph is what the graph is showing for. So for in Asia, there might be a multiple currencies.
Correct.
So what the the Asia is showing Botswana
Botswana
Pola.
Pola. Yeah.
Ah, so how this chart is recognizing which currency is supposed to be on first or what?
Okay. I think based upon the value that you are giving, it depends. Let's say, for example, when you say you're adding the currency, correct?
Hmm.
So this is what the currency you must have added, correct?
In tooltip.
And then it says first currency.
Hmm.
Okay, what does this mean in any data that you are adding up which has got a multiple text? Okay, so it will give you the first in an ascending order, whatever comes in the first place, it will only show that. That's why it is called the first currency.
So in alphabetically it's come or what?
Yeah, it works in alphabetic. So let's say, for example, when I go to the currency here, I'll show you the currency converter. Do you see this data?
Yes.
In Asia, the first currency is Botswana Pola
Hmm.
because this is an ascending order.
Right.
So since it has got multiple values here, you are looking at the data. For example, when you hover the mouse on Africa, it will only show you the rand because there
Right.
is only one currency.
Right.
So we don't have any problem with kind of continents like Africa or Europe, but you have a problem with Oceania and Asia wherein there are multiple currencies, but it is showing one particular currency out. So since this is in the text format, the behavior of Power BI will be, it will show whatever comes in the first instant. And because it also depends upon how you are selecting. Let's say, for example, here, the moment once you brought in, it says first currency. फर्स्ट करेंसी का मतलब होता है कि वहां पे जो फर्स्ट लाइन ऐड होता है वहां पे जो डेटा है वही डेटा दिखाता है आपको. So that's where it is showing up the first currency as pound in the Europe. But when you go to the Asia, Botswana Paula. You don't have an, you see, you don't have an option here where you wanted to list out all the different currency values. No, because that doesn't give a sense to your data. Since it is in the text format, there are only four offerings: first, last, or count. Give me a count of it.
But means for further analysis. So in Asia, which maximum currency is used, that we can't analyze on this graph, right?
That you can't analyze. If you want to analyze that, then you need to bring in the details of it, or probably you might have to bring in something else like this. Let's say, for example, if I bring the same currency on the detail, you see this one. This is how it looks like.
Okay. Okay. Right. Right.
Okay. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the usual way of getting it will be completely lost. But you want to do it that way, then you can retain a separate table or a separate way, and then only give whatever it is. You have to just rely on that. Or maybe you can use some other measure to identify what is the maximum data out of it, and then you can show. Let me try this one. I'm creating one more new measure. I'll say currency M, and then I'll use max X. There is a formula called max X. So in max X, I need to give two. One is a table. So the table that I want to bring in here will be, um, what is the table that we are looking at? USD converter table. This is a USD converter table I'm looking at, comma. In the USD converter table, um, USD converter table, we have got, what is the value? What is the column name? Currency. No, to USD.
Currency.
Or is it currency?
Can use currency. Currency.
Currency. Let me see if this works out. Okay, so looks like it is updated. So let me try bringing the same thing onto the details. What, let me see what does it actually gives me. Yeah, it is not giving. I think something I need to do it for that.
I think we use from append one table, we use currency for this measure.
In one table, append one currency. I mean, I doubt, I'm just looking at something, but I doubt if this work or not. So I need to look at that. Huh. Maybe I think this is
This is working. I think it is showing the maximum currency which is used in that continent,
right.
right?
Right. It is showing the
So
maximum ones.
means how we can predict like that. Means for a traveler, you have to use this currency when you are
Right.
traveling to that
This is
continent.
maybe, yeah, this is what I have updated. So Max will be having two syntaxes. One is your table and one is what is the expression that you are looking out of the table. So for that, we are using Max X. So maybe I think this should work out. Okay, how about others? Anand, Naya, you guys were able to do it?
Yes, it's standing. So how you
Okay.
put it in dollar sign? So in the
Anand, somewhere your voice is like very, 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 very far away from from us.
just
Because whenever you're talking, I barely could listen to you.
So now it's audible.
Perfect.
Okay. Sir, sir, how you put it the dollar signature?
Dollar signature.
Yes, sir. So in average of cost in USD.
In the data view, in the data view, under the append one table, the cost in USD, when I selected, do you see the format? I changed this to the currency.
Okay, sir.
This is the format we are using.
Okay, sir. I will do it.
Yeah. All right. So let's do one thing. It's 12:30. Just let's take around 10 minutes break. And after that, once we are back, don't worry, we are gonna cover everything. Remaining everything's will go little faster. That's fine. So I have less on the visuals to talk about, and more in terms of another few more parts that I want to discuss anything about it. So we'll cover up all this. Okay. Let's just take a 10 minute short break and then we'll be regrouping by 12:40 max. We'll just regroup. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, drop me a message if you guys are back. Okay. All right, good. So let's look at the next things. So let me share my screen. Okay, so we looked at the tree map visual. The next visual that we are gonna see, uh, I'll not take much time of this multi-row cut. You don't do it. You don't do it on your screens. You just watch my screen because this is something we already have done earlier. But I'm just going to show you. This doesn't create any major difference. So, but I'm gonna just show you how it works on this multi-row card. Just think about where you can use it. It depends upon your creativity. But what I would suggest, usually on the multi-row card side, what I would still suggest, I clicked on the multi-row card, and all I just need to do is like add fields to that. So what are the different kinds of fields that I'm gonna add? Let's say for each of the continent, I'm taking the continent data because it is less in number, or either I can take the month. So this is a month name I'm adding. When I look at the month name, just see it adds like a card, multi-row card. So this adds like a card visual. Then whatever the four different kinds of measures we have created, like the average rating, I'm gonna add the average rating. So for each of them, and what is the average rating? And then I can also bring in the target here. My average rating is this, and this is my target. And I can also add the cost here, and then ensure that this comes in as a average. Okay, so when you're showing this data to someone or you're presenting it, okay, you can add this data. You can add this data or kind of a multi-card row visual. You can add it, and this will give you a kind of a statistics when people are looking at the data. So first thing, it will give you the statistics, and the second thing, they can also visualize your picture. Your any one of the visuals that you are picking up. Let's say, for example, I'm talking about average cost in the month, or let's say I'm giving a gauge, not the gauge chart, but I'm talking about a pie chart. Okay, I can give a pie chart representation, and below or next or right hand side to that, I can update this visual so that it will tell me the details about it. Okay, we are adding data onto the pie chart where we are representing the cost or average cost in the USD. Right hand side to that, you can also show what is the data representing. So multi-row card is something like a simple card visual, but this is multi-row card where you're adding extra information towards it. That's the only thing that it is going to happen. Apart from that, it doesn't have any more information that we are going to say. So we use this very less, but as I told you, it depends upon your creativity where you can start using this, and you can represent. Usually you do along with some other visuals so that it gives more clarity to the people. Okay, So that's the reason I'm not giving more stress over this particular visual. So because this is simple and self-explanatory, so I'm leaving this visual here, and I'll go to the next visual where we need to concentrate more on the other parts. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this visuals 9 and see from here. Just take a concentrate here. Then we'll see how we are gonna see the data onto the for on each stage. There is one of the visual called the KPI visual. Okay, so I click on this KPI visual. We'll just keep it here. I believe that every one of you are aware of like what is a KPI. Okay, it's a key performance indicator. What we normally say, it's the name itself is a key performance indicator, wherein the meaning of it or the purpose of what we do on a regular basis. Let's say since we have one of our HR person, in our team right now, so they know better like what exactly when you're evaluating. The key performance indicator is nothing but you're evaluating a person, and in order to make him for his appraisal act for his appraisals, what they do usually is to measure, or how do I appraise a person. Correct, how do I give an appraisal to a person? So what are the different factors that they are considering? Like let's say his attendance weightage is around 5%, or his production should be something, on a daily basis you have to produce certain total number of data. So then, which means, um, you know they have to track his activity, see how much they are in, how much they are not in, right? These are all his key performance indicator. So in Power BI, the value or the meaning of it also remains the same thing. So you're evaluating. However, in this KPI indicator, I would say this is the simplest and deadliest visual in the Power BI. Very simplest visual. Like the funnel chart, this is also one simple, very simple visual. Okay. But when it comes to the understanding, you need to have a better understanding of it. That's the only thing. So let's see on the KPIs, what is that I'm looking out for? Since we already have got the average rating, I'm using the same example. Since we already have the average rating, I'm going to drop the average rating out of the value. Okay, I selected this visual. On this, I drop the average rating, which we already have created through a measure. Similarly, on the trend axis, I will come back to the trend axis. Before that, I have a target value here. So I'm going to bring out the target value by bringing the target measure. Since we already have created one target measure, I'm going to bring the same thing like target. Okay. So I brought in the average rating and the target. Of course, yes, you're not seeing anything on the visual because we haven't added the trend. So what is a trend I'm looking out? I'm looking out for the trend overall in terms of the month. So I'm going to bring it through the month. Okay. I brought in into the month. This KPI, remember very carefully. This KPI, what you're looking out here, will give you a better understanding about the overall picture. So overall, the average, the aggregate rating is around 2.75, wherein the goal is around 3.20, and the trend axis is by month. So how do I see it is bringing up? Like as I said, the value has been shown up here. The goal value is also shown up. Since we haven't met the goal, it shows in red in color, which is absolutely okay. Then what is this back end? Something a kind of a mountains they appear. What exactly is this? This gives you a picture of trend, what the trend is. So what the trend says, since we have added the trend for month, you need to understand this. There are 12 points here. Like you just see, this is my first point, point one, sorry. Right. So this is point one, point two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I missed out somewhere 12 point, but yes, this is the point that based upon the trend, you will see the points here. But what does this indication will tell you? Indication tells you that how it is actually going on month. But if you ask me, does it give it an ascending order or descending order? No, even I don't say or comment anything about it, because it doesn't. We don't require it or looking at. All we need to know on the KPI is only two parts. Are we good? Are we not good? Where are we standing in terms of our goal? So I haven't met the goal, and this is what the KPI graph will tell me. Suppose, for example, if I'm adding the continents, uh, okay, I'm adding the continent here as a slicer. Okay, let me bring it from the visual one wherein I brought in. So this might give me a good, yeah, since I already have this slicer, I'm just copying this slicer. Right, don't sync. So let's see, if I'm going by Africa, okay, the goal is 4.11, goal is 4.20 overall for the year, but I am still not received, I mean, achieved my goal. So I'm behind the goal in Asia as well. Europe, I am also behind the goal. Right. In North America, if you look at the time, crossed my goal. It is 4.02 and the goal is around 4 and I have crossed on 4, which I'm good on NAM. Oceania, again, I'm down. SAM, again, I'm down. Okay. So this is how the trend gives me in terms of the KPI. Okay. Now, if you have any question, you can ask me, and you can also do the same thing on your sheet no, files as well.
Month name is not coming over here, right?
Sorry.
Month name is not coming over here, right?
It will not come. It will not come. That's what I say. यहाँ पे access नहीं है. X axis नहीं है, Y axis नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं. This is simply telling you what is your goal. That's all. As I told you, this is a simple graph in the Power BI. Very, very simple graph. Only thing is we just need to understand how does this graph is working. That's it. Based upon the trend, you can take it. Now, if that is not the case, if I'm not bringing up the month here, if I am want to bring this data as per average rating, according to maybe mm, um, cuisines, let's say, for example, on the cuisines, see, there are total more number of cuisines. This is how it shows in. Okay, but this doesn't give me an understanding. What makes sense more in this way, what makes more sense for me is I'm taking the month range so that it will tell me. For example, when I'm give the same example for you guys to understand. Uh, so you want to analyze a particular person and see showcase to him that if he achieved his goal or not. Okay, so you brought in the data. Let's say the values that you have brought in is his production. Let's say he have to produce around 50 products on a daily basis. Okay, his target will be on the 50, and the actual data what he have done for that particular day will be on the value, and you can bring the trend on the month. Overall picture, you can see what is his goal. Did he achieve the goal or not? Simple. Similarly, your business practice, and you have a target that you need to achieve for this kind of for this month, and what is that actual data you have, and you can look out for the trend like on month basis or by business or anything, any element that you can add on the trend. So it will just give you accordingly that you have you met the goal or not. That's it. Is this okay?
Yes.
Okay. Believe that you guys were able to do it on your thing system as well. Okay. As from Naya. I believe Anand, you also have done. All right. Let's look at the next visuals. 10. Right. So let me concentrate on my system first. Do not do anything on your screens. Just concentrate on my screen. Let me keep it very simple. And again, do not get confused anywhere. In case if you feel you are confused or lost anywhere, stop me over there. Okay. I'll let you know again. But this is a kind of a topic where you can, where you need to just, um, concentrate more. And on the very beginning, I'm sorry that I really need to be very transparent here. See, this is one of the visual in Power BI, which might be, um, I wouldn't say tough, but little hard sometimes to understand. But this is a kind of visual, but I wanted to actually give you a little bit of insight so that you might take this forward wherever it is required. Okay, but you need to experiment more. As I told you, I will give you a push up on this, but you need to definitely have to have an experiment on that. Most of the with your data, where you're the owners of your data, do it more experiments on that. Only then you might be able to understand. Okay, so based upon that, think where how you can use this complete information that I'm saying. Okay, but take a look what I'm saying. So this particular visual that we are talking about is called the key influencer. Okay, the visual that we are talking about, this is called the key influencer. Okay, so let's see what does this key influencer will do and how does it actually create an impact, or what is it I'm actually talking about this. Now let me, before I get into this key influencer, let me give a very simple example and let me know if you are able to understand this bit, and then we can take it forward. um, See, let's say our friend Nair is doing a kind of a food business. Okay, and Nair is doing very well on the food business, and for over a particular year he started with a small amount, and then uh, he made a good turnover. By end of the year he made very good customers. Okay, and also his food is also being spread over across the city. It could be a different kind of marketing, whatever. Everything went well, so he is doing good. And of course, yes, there is in between ups and down in between, but still he could able to manage, and then able to make his business up. Then later part, what happened is Narendra came into the picture. Now, Narendra once visited Nayar's restaurant. He had food. He was so delighted to have his food, and his service is really excellent. And he was very, very happy about whatever the courtesy, the food, environment, everything. He is very absolutely good. So Narendra is a very, very happy customer. Now, what does Narendra do? Let's say Narendra met me, and then when we are talking and say, okay, Narendra, I'm going for the family. So, do you have some place to suggest? Then he will automatically refer Nair. Now, the question here is the part is very simple. The part is very simple. Nair is doing the food business. Narendra is a customer, very good, and he is a delightful customer. And then with his, experience, he again invited Lakshmi and suggested Lakshmi to visit Narendra's restaurant. Sorry, Nair's restaurant. So things are very going very well. Absolutely okay. Now this is what the overall picture we are looking at. But if I look at the insights of it, okay, that is where Nair wants to understand what made Lakshmi to visit my restaurant. Now, what will be your answer? Just think about in this scenario. Think about from this scenario and then say, if Nair wants to understand why Lakshmi visited my restaurant to have food. With this whole story, what did you understand?
By mouth publicity or
Referred by someone.
By someone? What is
Customer
it?
feedback.
Customer feedback. Okay. Then
by references or those who have visited, they are giving references by word of mouth.
good. So if Nair wants to understand the scenario, he can understand the scenario in many different ways. Okay, end of the day he doesn't want to see what exactly is the end of the day he just know that Lakshmi came to the restaurant and then had food, but what he doesn't understand there is Narendra is influencing Lakshmi to have the food because he is a delighted customer. So his service, everything is also good. So word of mouth, like you said, and the referrals that is being happening. So this is what insights are going on. Correct. So when looking at the Nayar's perspective, this is what has happened. Now the same topic we are going to put it here, but again, as I told you, try to understand it. Look at this kind of an angle, whatever I'm talking about here. Look at this only this kind of angle, and then let me know how much you are able to grasp it over from this particular thing. Okay. Now, what am I doing for a minute on this? I want to analyze in this example. I want to analyze. There is a cost in you. There is an average rating or the cost in USD which is being happening. Okay. Let's see. Talk about the cost in USD. I'm bringing up the cost in USD here. Okay. I'm bringing up the cost in USD, and I'm looking at an average. Okay. Then what also that I'm looking at is for by each of the country, by each country, I want to look out what is the data, and then let's say good. So there is an what happened is in this particular example, again bringing up, there is a sudden hike in the cost and there is a sudden decrease on the cost. And I know this has had happen. Okay. Now relating the same thing back to the example that we have spoken. Now Nair understood that there is something, at the end of the year when he analyzed his business, he wanted to understand more insights of it. So in this example, when I want to give a same, when I want to connect the same thing back to our example. Now, Nayar's business, as I told you, that there is a ups and downside happen, but he wanted to see what made what is why there is an increase in the business or why there is a decrease in the business, and by he wants to analyze the same thing by each one of the member and each the food that we have. Sorry, by the food and the cuisines that we are offering and the services he wants to analyze. So what does this simple graph will let me explain this here. It is analyzing the average cost in the USD. Okay. And let me increase this a little bit. The question it says, clean influencer, it says average cost in the USD, it is increasing. Why? Why there is an increase in the average cost in the USD? It increased because when the cuisines, okay, sorry, not before the cuisines, it says, when the country is the United Kingdom, okay, there is an increase in the average of the cost in USD, which means what exactly tells me is in United Kingdom, the average cost is higher. Simple. In United Kingdom, the average cost is higher. That is what exactly it tells me. Or still, if I'm looking at this by continent, I'll put it this way by continent on the first mode. Now you see, I will put the same thing in an I will put the same thing in a different way. I'll put you so that you will understand. Where is this visual? Okay. Now you look at the visual. When you look at this particular visual, what did you understand on this visual? We are looking at the average cost, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And the continent is Europe. This is what we have understood earlier.
Yes.
So that is the reason where in the tree map, Europe is highlighting with more space with 65.83, correct? Now you look at the same scenario in this visual. What does it say? The average cost is increasing, which is that is what we are looking at. Average cost is increasing when the continent is Europe. You understand? The continent is Europe. We are looking at the reverse way of it. Okay. So the continent is Europe, and then Oceania, Africa, NAM and SAM and Asia. If you understand this particular graph correlating with the same visual on the tree map or any other visual that we have identified, it gives you the exact insight. It is just giving you the exact insight. But the representation or the way it is looking at is changed here. Is looking in the reverse order. What does that reverse order mean in? हमको ये पता है कि कॉन्टिनेंट्स, हमको इतना ही पता है कि मतलब कॉन्टिनेंट को रखेंगे और वाई एक्सिस में कॉस्ट इन यूएसडी रखेंगे, डिसेंडिंग ऑर्डर में हमको पता चलेगा कि कौन सा कॉन्टिनेंट बड़ा है और कौन सा कॉन्टिनेंट छोटा होता है. यही बात हमें रिवर्स ले रहा है कि what influencing it is increase. It says when the continent is Europe and the country is United Kingdom, which means United Kingdom is having the highest cost in the USD and the country is UAE, that is the least one. This is the least one. Let's say when I look at the decrease order of it, now you look at the simple way, the reverse method of it. You see the country is India, which is Sri Lanka, matlab Asia mein, and then the continent is Asia, the country is Turkey, and then the Sri Lanka, which is like in a ascending order. How is it showing? Um, were you be able to understand this?
In that,
Sorry.
in that country part, like explained by in that explained by a country. So in that Philippines is showing at the highest higher side. So country is UK is what it is written here.
Uh-huh. What did I say here? What influences average cost in the USD to decrease? Correct.
Okay.
डिक्रीमेंट पार्ट में जब देखेंगे मतलब छोटा से लेके बड़ा तक. करेक्ट. सो डिक्रीमेंट पार्ट में जब देखेंगे तो कंट्री इज इंडिया, कंट्री वाइज मैंने देख रहा हूँ, कंट्री इज इंडिया, it is 26.73. Asia, the same thing, like since India is mapped under the continent Asia, it is 15.67. But वही continent में, okay, the country is Philippines, it is showing the highest number. The data point is more for the Philippines, which is around 148.13. But we are looking at the smaller amount, which is this one, $6.
Yeah, so the highlighting indicator should be the top one, right? Or
See, this is,
or the least one.
that's why it is highlighting this one,
Okay.
because we are looking at the average. Ideally, basically, we are looking at the average. ठीक है. For example, let's look at this way. मैंने average निकालूंगा यहाँ पे. For example, average निकालूंगा. Average rating लेके आते हैं हम सीधा, क्योंकि एवरेज रेटिंग को हम ऑलरेडी आपको पता है ना कि एवरेज रेटिंग को हम ऑलरेडी एवरेज किया था. करेक्ट.
Yeah.
So costing USD छोड़ देके, let's leave about it and then let's look at the average. So what does it say? There is an increase in the average rating. Now I want to say there is an increase in the average rating. Why is it increasing? When the country is Philippines, so Philippines में ज्यादा ही हुआ, and then Turkey में is it is showing 0.89 and then it is so on decreasing. That is what it is showing up here, exactly here for me. ये ग्राफ का मतलब ये है कि I will say how is Philippines doing? I would say Philippines is doing very well. I'm questioning it in a different way is what makes this average cost, or let's say what makes the average rating more? Where is it going more? I'm just saying it is happening more in the Philippines. When Philippines is coming into the picture, so the average rating बढ़ते जाएगा. or should let me put it in another way. Let me put the same thing in another way. In our example, what we have discussed, where Nair is running this food business and then he did everything very well. So next year he wants to achieve the same target. For example, then the same next year, Nair wants to achieve the same target. He doesn't want to lose the customers. He doesn't want to make loss in the business. Anyone wants to do the same way, right? He doesn't want to lose anything here, but rather he wants to maintain this more and then, in fact, take it much more. Okay. So based upon the ratings he received and everything, he have got some data. Now what Nair wants to decide it is, fine, मेरा target है अभी 4.9 तक हुआ. ठीक है. Next time, for example, if I want to make sure I want to increase my rating from this place to this place, let's say 4.5 to 4.7, क्या कर सकता हूँ? क्या कर सकता हूँ? मतलब what influences me to make sure I can increase the rating? Then he can analyze, is it because that I need to have more marketing from the customers, or is it because of my food people are loving, so I need to increase my food, or increase my, I mean, the food quality increase करना है, या cuisines को increase करना है, या more desserts लेके आना पड़ेगा. शायद मैंने अभी I'm running only the tiffin center, or maybe some other thing. Now can I add more information so that will I increase? How do I increase is what I'm looking for. That what should I do is what I'm looking out for. You got it? You understand the point what I'm saying? Is it
Yeah, here, yeah, here when I hover this on that particular indicator
Hmm.
or influencing bar,
Hmm.
then it shows that the count of data points is
Hmm.
the maximum. If
Hmm.
the count of data points is maximum, then that is the influencing bar.
ऐसे कुछ नहीं है, because you see count of data points for Philippines is 19, correct?
Everywhere, yeah, then it 19 would be the maximum.
नहीं, 19 is not the maximum. That's what I'm trying to explain you. You see, टर्की का data points कितना है? 23.
Hmm.
न्यूजीलैंड का data points कितना है? 28. इंडोनेशिया का 18 है. If you are looking at the data point, what is happening? Data points में आपको okay, what it is saying, it is analyzing 28 data points, out of which the average aggregate rating was landing up around 4.44. It is just giving you the information about how many data points it has collected, but it is not
Mhm.
showing you because of the data point you have collected, your average aggregate rating is increasing. ये नहीं बोल रहे हैं हम.
Mhm.
Got it?
Yeah.
When you start playing around, you will understand it more. But that's the reason I have given you the best example.
Now, when you go back to that this one count in USD in the decrease mode,
Okay.
then those country as India.
So that is in the reverse method. The
Yeah,
same
reverse.
thing, whatever we have sent, see, it is in the reverse method. So there are 1392 data points it covered, but already all the data points it covered, it still landed up ending 3.17.
Okay. Now here, see the data points are very higher, and all
Correct.
other are very low.
Um, See, you did a survey. Let's say, for example, you did a survey. You did a
Yeah.
survey between 10 people. Prabhas, you want to say something?
No, no, not exactly. I'm just following you what you're saying.
Great. No, I heard some voice. Okay, fine. See, you did a survey for 10 between 10 people. Okay, even in the 10 people, you're on the survey you have just given a rating of 5. 5 is the maximum, 1 is your minimum rating. Now you understand, you put the survey link to across the 10 people. Now there could be three major things. Not all the people might have given the rating. Only 2 or 3 people would have given the rating, or maybe everyone would have given the rating, but the ratings could have been different. So let's look at all the scenarios. So if 10 people have given the rating, and if all the 10 people have rated 5, your average rating is 5, which is absolutely okay, which is a simple calculation. But let's say, for example, your average rating out of 10 people, only 8 people have given the rating. Okay, remaining 2 have not given. So even in the 8 people, 3 have given, let's say 3 have given 5, and 2 have given 4. Okay, and another one have given least rating. Now when you take an average, obviously your average rating will be based upon the 8 people, correct?
Yes.
So based upon the total number of people who have given you the rating only, and let's say for example, if out of all the 10 people there are only 2 people who have given the rating, for instance, and both the 2 people have given 5 rating only, then overall what will be your reflective I mean end of the day, what is your rating there?
Fine.
Correct. But your
Yeah.
data point is less. There are only 2 people. You have given the survey for 10, but your data points are less, but still both of them have given 5 rating. So you're standing on the top. Let's say those you're let's increase another 3 more people. Let's say 5. Those 2 people have given 5, but all the next 3 who are there have given the rating around 1. So which means how much it became? 5 plus 5, 10, plus another 3 more people have just added, which is 13. Overall 13 divided by 5. How much your aggregate rating started from? It fall down from 5 to 2.5. I'm not I'm not looking at, but I'm not looking at, that's where trying to say. I'm not giving how many people have rated here, but I'm end of the day I'm looking out what is my rating. End of the day, what is my rating? Now my rating fall from 5 to 2.5. Does it create a major impact?
Yes.
Yes.
So what I am looking out here is why my rating has fallen down. I'm not saying because my rating has fallen down because the I only few people have given the rating. No, even if I have few people or more people or even one person, my business should grow more. So my what should my influence is, what is influencing my rating to go down is what I'm looking out. That is what I'm analyzing.
Okay.
And the same graph you're looking at here, it gives you the same sense.
Is
So,
it the same? Sorry, Narendra.
no, no,
Uh,
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Srikant, is it something like we can correlate to our Google ratings also, like a business what we are operating and we are asking our people or audience to give a rating? We can correlate with that. So whenever it goes down this month and next month, how to make it or how to increase that rating or below level, below par, something a benchmark we set it across and we can analyze. So this kind of key KPI reports will be more helpful. Can we correlate something like that?
We can correlate, but right now I can just give you a simple. Maybe you have to again go back and look into that.
Okay.
Instead of Google rating, I will say you guys, usually buy the product from the Amazon, right? So whenever you buy the product, you will see the average. When you scroll down or on the left hand side, you have a lot of data points that they have analyzed. They will say, do you want to go by filter by price, or you want to go by rating, or you want to go by different way? So when you filter the data point according to the rating, your product will change. When you are going according to your cost, your product is changing. Now, what we are trying to say here, according to this particular visual that you are looking at, think about the reverse way. I'm just saying, look at the another direction. All I'm trying to say is, I want to make sure this product have to sell, and my average, my rating should go top. This is what I'm looking out for. Okay. Um, yeah, maybe what Prabhas have given the same example. Let's say when I started a kind of a website, I need my website to be on the top of the list when someone search. Okay, so what I need to do, it could be of different ways. Let's say I need to spread this website and ask people to hit more, so that the more people hit, the more it is going to get more influenced, so that that will go and sit on the top of the Google search bar. ठीक है? So in order to make sure, मेरा टारगेट ये है कि ये ऊपर जाके बैठना है। पहले सर्च में मेरा फर्स्ट 10 वेबसाइट्स में मेरा वेबसाइट लिस्टेड होना चाहिए। इसीलिए इसके लिए मैंने क्या करना है? What should I influence? Is it that influence should happen by spreading the website to a lot of the people, or changing the design, or changing the name of it, or doing some other cosmetic changes, or bringing some technical changes? Will that be helpful? That insights will be again based upon the data points that I have collected. ठीक है? इतना see, this is what exactly the whole story behind this particular visual that you are looking at. Okay, so the more you are looking at this visual, all you need to do is just, you need to have your question very clearly. What influences your factor that what is that you want to analyze. I'm analyzing the average rating. क्यों ऊपर जा रहे, क्यों नीचे जा रहे हैं? जब वो नीचे जा रहे कंट्री के हिसाब, कॉन्टिनेंट कंट्री किस, आई मीन लुकिंग एट बाय कॉन्टिनेंट एंड बाय कंट्री, आई एम लुकिंग एट कहाँ कहाँ बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, कहाँ कहाँ नीचे जा रहे हैं, बस इतना ही मैंने देख रहा हूँ। डेटा पॉइंट्स के बारे छोड़ दो, डेटा पॉइंट्स के बारे छोड़ दो, ऑल लुक एट अस योर की इन्फ्लुएंसिंग नंबर, इज इट व्हाई इट इज गोइंग अप, व्हाई इट इज गोइंग डाउन। इसके लिए बहुत सारे डेटा पॉइंट्स है, द मोर यू आस्क और एक्सप्लेन बाई की सिनेरियो में बहुत सारे डेटा पॉइंट्स देखेंगे, यहाँ पे आपको बहुत सारे पता चलेगा। Okay, see, I'll keep it simple and stop it here, because the more we get into that, the more the discussion बढ़ते जाता है. I mean to say, because it gives us more kind of direction. I don't want to stop that killing. I mean, I don't want to stop your thinking on this. You do it, but make keep it very simple with the less data and see what is that you're achieving. ठीक है? Okay. Absolute silence मतलब ठीक है, और is it okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right. So I'll just keep it like this, and then start analyzing, and then see you will. I'll also show you the same thing in a different methodologies. Let's see if we can correlate the same thing in the other visuals as well, so that you might understand this. So I'll go to the another visual, the next visual. Visuals 11. So the last visual here that I'm going to talk about today on the last visual, but we have one more. So yeah, okay, let's say last but not the least. This is called the decomposition tree. Okay, this is called a decomposition tree. So let me bring the same thing. I've added the decomposition tree here. Okay, this is another kind of visualization. Whatever the visualizations that you have looked at, this is another kind of a visualization. So look at my screen again, and then again you can do it back on your screens. So look at the screen here for a minute. First thing I wanted to actually, Anand, you wanted to say something?
No, I think it might be mistaken.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking at the same decomposition tree, the same visual what we have looked in the earlier case. We look at the same thing, but making it very, very simple way. See this. On the decomposition tree, the first thing I'm gonna bring is like whatever we have given here. Okay, in this visual, analyze, explain by. I'm going to use the same points. So for this decomposition tree, I want to analyze the average rating. So I brought in the average rating. I brought in the average rating. What is the total overall average rating? It is 2.67. So this is 2.67. The second bit over it, now just if you look at this portion here clearly, okay, let me just bring out the theme as well. Right. So on this average aggregate rating, you don't see anything, just a simple bar. Okay, this gives me the total 2.67. Now that what I'm going to do is to bring, explain by the continent. I'm going to bring out by the continent here, put it on the continent. The moment once I click on the continent, do you see or observe there is a plus symbol added next to the average rating? Do you observe
Yes,
this?
yes.
Good. Now that I'm going to click on this plus symbol. When I click on the plus symbol, high value, low value, continent, I'll click on the high value. Okay. And then I'll show what exactly it is showing up for me. Good. So does this information say very clearly the overall aggregate rating is 2.67? However, when I'm looking at by the continent side, Africa is standing highest, wherein it is 4.22. Correct?
Yes.
And the least one is Asia, which is
Yes.
2.56. Now there is no added symbol over it. Now there are no plus symbols. Now that I'm going to add by country as well. Under the continent, I'm going to bring the continent country. Sorry, my bad. So country as well. Okay, wow. Huh. So when I click on the Asia, I'll bring on the low value. I'll click on the low value this time, not on the high value. So now do you see that there is one more symbol which is added down? And is it representing India, which is 2.52? The same visual, if I look at this previous one, if you look at this key influencer bit, what did we say? What influences the average rating to decrease? We say when the country is India. Whenever you're doing the business with this, I mean, don't take it so personal. Just take it as an example. Whenever we are doing the business with this particular country, your average rating is going to get decreased, is what we are saying. By analyzing certain data points, we have achieved a result that it shows you are going to decrease. You'll have a decrease in your business, and this is what exactly we are looking at in this visual in another way, which is called the decomposition tree method, wherein average aggregate rating is around 2.67, wherein Asia contribution is 2.56. And even on the Asia, if you look at what makes Asia to decrease, it is because of this particular country, wherein it is saying 2.52. Here you are seeing the result directly. वहां पे result नहीं आ रहे, but लेकिन you are getting the point in terms of the percentage, or in terms of how many number of times it is decreasing. यही बोल के पहले visual में दिखा रहा है, और यहाँ पे direct point दिखा रहा है.
So what I believe, Srikant, in this is, I mean, see, as a layman or a top management person, if I want to see instantly, I want to have the information, I would prefer this decomposition tree than KPI.
Huh. See, decomposition tree could be one, funnel chart could be one,
Yeah.
and you can also work on um, waterfall chart. So these are the three major visuals that you can work in terms of showcasing the data to the people, and then ensure how you want to show the business or statistics. Okay, but when you are so much into your deep like you can do some analysis over it and statistical in person, then we can look onto the key influencer. क्योंकि यहाँ पे everything is like a kind of a simple mathematics formulas are involved in. So that is where someone can be interested. That's the reason why I have told it very clearly. I wouldn't say this is very simple thing. This is little hard, and also I don't say that you have to use it, but there is an option if you want to explore and look out at. So just keep it as an optional anywhere. Fine. So uh, decomposition tree is this very simple.
Yes.
Right. So just quickly do the decomposition tree, and then we'll look out the last visual. Then I will walk you through say little things like publishing, RLS, and few other beautiful things on the Power BI, which will actually cover up everything for your reports to create, and then um, how you can make sure your report stands out of the box than the other reports on the Power BI. The reason why we are touch basing all these visuals is, as I told you, whenever you want to do a particular report, this will help you since you already have understood the flavor of this particular visual, you will understand how you can bring it or use the same visual on your real-time report, so that you will understand more. So that's the reason I'm touch basing all these kind of visuals.
How about this metrics preview KPI, metrics preview visualization?
I believe that we did see this visual here on the matrix table. You remember this is the matrix table that we created?
No, that this metrics preview, this visual, this cup shaped icon.
Okay, this metrics preview. Okay. Well, honestly, this particular visual is created only for the Microsoft login users. मतलब है आपके पास अगर organization account का login ID है, only then this will give you the metrics preview. So that's the reason why I could not able to show you the metrics preview here.
Okay, but how does it look like finally?
Honestly, even I haven't no, very honestly, I haven't experimented it because this
Okay,
is something which has got added in January 2023 version.
okay.
Um, who is the? I think is it Nair or I think Nair was not. I think Nair is
Yeah,
showing some visual to us earlier. You remember we were doing something on the previous visual, right?
gauge. Yeah, during that
Gauge.
gauge.
Well, he have got yellow color version of Power BI. I think that is the oldest version. He should not be able to see this cup over there.
No, no,
Nair,
I
can
am
you come?
able to see that.
Oh, you are able to see. Is it
Yeah,
yellow color or green color?
yellow only, but means that all six selections are coming in yellow only instead of green. But that cup is visible there.
Can
That
you just
cup
quickly
is
tell me what kind of version is it? Can you go to the help and then see what is the version about?
yeah, just a minute. It's version October 22.
October 22.
Yeah.
Okay. I did see this only on the green version, maybe, or maybe I would have confused. Maybe, but it added very recently onto the Power BI, very recently. So I could not able to get into that since I don't have the organization account. I could not able to look into that.
And where to upgrade this?
Usually you should get a pop-up the moment once you see here. Usually you will get a pop-up update, or otherwise around when you click on the about, you will see a particular link here, app.powerbi.com, or you can go to the Google directly and then download the Power BI latest version and then you can install.
Okay.
Shrikant,
Right.
even yeah,
Yes, Narendra, tell me.
Shrikant, even we further drill down to India, we can
Hmm.
have a city also where we can analyze that which city is causing us for the lower
Yeah,
this rating.
you can analyze more beautiful points here. You can analyze more of the beautiful points. You can add up city, you can add up all the thing. It keeps adding like that. So like you said, if I explain this by city, so it will add up more onto the city wise. The more you're adding the data points, you just need to scroll down probably here. Okay, so this is Faridabad. It is causing more impact. Okay, so can we move on to the next visual?
Yes.
Okay, this is the last visual that we are going to discuss here. Now, rather saying this is a visual, let me give a simple background about this particular visual before we talk. What is that we are going to see? So there could be a situation where the same situation, let's talk about this way. Now, Nair wants to represent his report to his boss, and then he prepared a beautiful report in the Power BI, and then he took it over to his management, and management is really impressed with the report. The way he's put at the statistics, everything is absolutely okay. But then there is always a kind of a corner in management side. Like even when you're kind of a on the, you think about from the management side, on the upper management and the lower management as well, from the when you're creating a report, there is always a question in everyone's mind. Okay, you created, say his manager said, Nair, I'm really impressed with your report, but can I have few more statistics over this report, is what your manager will say. Then, or let's say some kind of slight changes that he wanted to see, or he wanted to analyze few more data points. Then what will Nair do? He will take up the requirements from his manager and then say, okay, I'm taking up this requirement. And then again, he will come back to his desk and then he will start working on that. But over a point of time, what is going to happen? The more you are giving the report, the more statistics people going to ask, the more you are going to sit and do the report. This is what a usual scenario will happen in every organization. Do we agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, have you ever thought, have you ever thought, what if there is something that instead of me, instead of, your manager keep on asking something and then you again come back and then do, have you ever thought this way that, okay, is there something a kind of a corner where my manager can actually go and do it for himself rather than me doing this approach methodology, like he approaches me and then I keep on working and again share the report. Instead of that, have you ever thought, let him do for himself, he can actually do and then he can only see the statistics over there. Have you ever given a thought about it? I'm sure everyone would have thought about like, अरे यार इतना क्वेश्चंस पूछने के बदले यही देख सकते हैं, ऐसे ही होता है हमारा सिचुएशन.
I would prefer to do that.
Yes. Yes.
Taking the
Right?
less responsibility, giving more responsibility to him because he's asking a lot of questions.
Simple way, correct? That
Yeah.
is what every one of us want to do it. Now that is what Power BI is actually giving you in terms of this visual, what we are talking called Q and A, which is called the question and answer. So let's just click on the question and answer visual, see what it is going to give me. So I'm going to click on this question and answer here visual, and I keep it analyzed like this as a kind of a visual here, and then I'll keep it. Now let's give a time, let's give a minute for it. Before we get into that, let me also give you a simple background about it. As we have discussed the same situation, I'll also give you the situation in another way, in in a beautiful example wherein you can correlate more. आजकल क्या हो रहा है कि आपने कहीं भी वेबसाइट में जाएंगे, जैसे IRCTC या your banking websites or anywhere you go, this is what is happening. People are moving towards something called artificial intelligence, wherein the moment when I, let's say, log into some one of the bank account, let's say I hold an ICICI account. So I got into the ICICI website. The moment when I get into the ICICI website, what does it say? Uh, there is a chat bot coming up on the right hand side corner saying, ask any question, ask me any question, I'll help you. Ask me any question, I'll help you. If you go and put a, can you tell me what is my bank balance? Do you think it is going to give you an answer? Absolutely no, because that is a private confidentiality data that it cannot show. But if you ask the same question to the chatbot, what does it tell? Pause, do one thing, follow my instructions. You can see what is your bank balance. Then what it will tell you, log into your account. You will see something called my account page, and then click on that my account. You will see the data. That is what it is directing you, right? The same scenarios, you're involving the same thing here, wherein this question and answer will help you to see the results very instantly. So out of all the reports what Nair have created, when he gave it to his management, Nair also said this to his manager. Boss, I have created something, a kind of a visual for you, a kind of a page, wherein if you want further analysis, further drill down about all the scenarios, you don't need to rely on me. Rather, you can rely on this particular window, and he will explain how does he work on that on a simple note. Within the data and within this particular report, how many ever total number of tables that you have got, Okay, let's say I've got append one country master KPI everything. So let's say Nayar's boss want to look at this data. So he will have to type in like this. Let's say append one. Okay, the moment he clicked on append one, okay, you will just see for a minute. You are going to see the entire data coming up here. Now after this append one table, I mean, with the moment when I click on the append one table, I'm seeing the whole statistics over it. Rather than that, I'm expanding this append one. I know that there are certain columns coming up here. So I will say cuisines. Okay, I'm looking at this portion here, cuisines. So I'll type the same thing here. Cuisines. Cuisines by city. Cuisines by city. Okay, it will give me the list of cuisines by city. In let's say I want to bring in a line graph. Okay, the moment once I give this on a line graph, or where is it coming up? Okay, as a line chart, it is giving me as a line chart. Okay. Mm, let me put it in another way. Top append one country. Okay, top rating by Maxi. Okay, let's see this one. Suggested why. It is giving me a kind of a visual, wherein if I'm not okay with this visual, let me put it another visual. Count of cuisines by city. Now see this count of cuisines by city. The moment when I type this here, you see there is a count of cuisines coming up here onto the graph. So this is instantly it will show me like this. So just if you want to fine tune it, it will also show you. Okay, you can put it this way: append one city and number of append one cuisine. It is it is trying to understand your point and it is giving you a simple graph representation. Let's say if I want to change this by continent, it gives me the data by the continent. So what does this give you? The Q&A visual will help you is it will help you to see the results very instantly, whatever it is not already have given in your report, but it will give you a simple statistics by instantly answering your questions. All this comes in from within your data set only, within your data set, not out of your data set. And if I want to copy this visual, if I want to copy this visual, I'm okay with this visual and your boss wants to copy this visual and then pick it out. All he will do is use this particular option, turn this Q&A turn this Q&A into a standard visual. So the moment once I click on this, it will automatically convert it into visual. And he can copy this and then take it over anywhere, or he can use this as a standard visual, which is absolutely okay. Or he wants to go back, just simply type the Control Z. Again, you will get into the question and answer mode. And again, you can change the statistics. So this will help you in giving more insights. Append one, let's say average rating. So I'm selecting this append one average rating by continent. So this is how it will give you the continent data, average aggregate rating for each of the continent. Now you're not going to decide like what kind of graph, but maybe We can even decide by continent in pie chart. Let's say the moment once I type pie, it gives me a pie chart visual. Like within this visuals line, whatever you want to explain, whatever you want to do, it is going to give you the same thing in a better, uh, and I mean in a better way. So this is one of the beautiful option that you are going to see on the Q&A. Do you think this option will be a very great helpful when you put this Q&A on your report? Okay. Do you guys have any question on this?
So basically, it is like a FAQ. You just type it, or just like a Google search bar. You have to type it properly, and you'll get the result.
Even if you don't type it properly, you are still going to get the result. But only thing is, it will give you the suggestions over there. Like when you're typing, if there is
Right.
something that you want to do it, it will show you the result instantly. You can use that instant suggestions as well.
Srikant, what I believe is we can see in a different angle. I mean, we can ask this kind of questions over here in the search bar, and whatever the reports or the statistics we have made, how far it is accurate, we can cross check even, isn't it?
Hmm. Even that could be one scenario. You can also cross check that.
Yeah.
I mean, at that
So
angle, I haven't thought, but yeah, that's a good angle. That's a good view.
yeah, because see, sometimes what people be asking, how far you, I mean, how you confident that this is what the right statistics you are giving? Then we are speechless or blank. I mean, unless and until you have something in the back of your mind, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So you can do that. I believe that will be a good option. We can utilize this feature.
Right.
Yes, Subhas, what's your opinion?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, right. Fine then.
Right.
Not a good option.
So then, post which, what else we can still do? So this is a simple front end of the Q&A, but on the back end, what is that as a developer of this particular report? Let's say how what are the other things that you can see? I'll just give you that examples. Maybe you can utilize this whenever you have time. So next to the Q&A, there is a settings button. Okay. So I click on the settings button here. This will take me another window wherein I have just got 4 quadrants here. So those are the 4 things that we are going to see here. And I'm going to show you what exactly each one of the point will tell. So click on the field synonyms. Click on the field synonyms. Point number 1. This section will be helpful for you in terms of doing this way. You might load more number of tables from your database. According to your data set to prepare a report, you might have relied on different number of tables. But then for question and answer, you can control from where the data should be shown up. Let's say, for example, if I switch off the country master, KPIs, USD converter, and all the other continents here, okay, so all these continents or all these tables will not be shown onto the question and answer window, but it will only show me the data from this append one. Otherwise around, if I switch on all this, what is going to happen? I can type my question and I can bring the data from any one of the table as well. So again, it is up to you. It is in your hands to control for the user end where he can put, get the questions or data or insights only from which particular table you can control over from this particular window. This is one scenario that you can use on the field synonym. Second scenario is, let's say I want to put only the append one because since I have data brought in all the information at append one, I will allow the user only to work from the append one. So that's why I switched on that. Second scenario, if you look at this synonym here, what does it expand or it explain to you? There are people who, sometimes you cannot definitely give a spoon feeding to all the people, right? Because that doesn't make sense. What you are be expecting is, okay, however I type the information, I would like to see the information should come in. What does that mean in? there is a term called append1. The moment once I type append1, which means it will understand I need to bring the data from append1. Or when I type like this. Apart from this, I also have one more scenario. For example, I want to add. I'm going to add here. Okay. So I'll click on this add and I will say not not just append1 or anything. Even if people type like this AP1, I'm just giving you a simple scenario. If there is a person like, that doesn't want to type the whole entire thing. If someone wants to just give a try like this, like AP1, which is append1 ka table, I'm adding this AP1. So kya hoga when I go back to my question and answer, okay, and let this window get okay loading. Then what is that it is going to happen because of the information that I have just added. So it is going to show me the results like this. See, now I type AP1, it will still identify, okay, this guy is wants to pull the data from the append1 table only. Suppose earlier if I wouldn't have added the append1, let's say I'm typing APP1, do you think the data will be showing from the APP1? No. Do you see this? There is a red color line. It says it cannot identify what is APP1. It can identify AP1 because I have given the wording there. Got it? So this is a place where you can actually control how you can understand. Usually this is a way that we know. There could be some people who might give a short form or full form. So even if they enter this, they have to see the result. So this is where your field synonyms will actually help you to identify what kind of different methodologies people might ask. Now, if you see this aggregate rating, they might say aggregate assessment, evaluation, score, or grade, or ranking, or there might be another few more points like mark, sailor, seaman. There could be any other wording that they might use, but still it has to refer to this particular methodology. So this is where your field synonyms will help you. Got it? The second bit is on the review question. Of course, yes, you need to have a sign-in account for this. I'll tell you on a nutshell what it is going to happen. Once after you publish the report to an workspace and people are looking at, let's say, Nair have published the report, and then Prabhas is looking at the report, Lakshmi is looking at the report, Narendra is looking at the report, and we all took the look at the report. And Lakshmi had played around with this file in a different methodology. Prabhas played around with the different methodology. So Prabhas, when he played, he didn't get some answers, but he got few of the answers. Lakshmi played as well. He put in some questions. He got all the answers. He's okay. Narendra have put some other questions wherein he didn't get any result. So all this information, whatever the kind of questions like Prabhas or Lakshmi or Narendra, put in those questions over there to play around on the Q&A. All those questions will be captured on the back end of that report. When you have the sign-in account, wherein when you publish the report, you will have that option to see what Prabhas had questioned, Lakshmi had questioned, or Narendra had questioned, and how many have failed. And based upon that, again, Nair will go back and then he can analyze, okay, people are also looking the questions in this way. So it is up to his understanding. Either he wants to bring back those kind of questions into the field synonyms, or either onto the tech question and answers or suggest question and answers. So he can put those questions so that when people again go and type in, he can see the result. So this is what exactly is being happening in our scenario. Okay, so this Power BI allows you to see what are the questions people are asking, and you can improvise those questions back under the same teach question and answer. So you can say what are the different kinds of questions that you can give, and people, how does it work? So all this can be analyzed here in terms of teach question and answer. And similarly, managed terms will help you, wherein whatever the field synonyms I've added, here it will tell you what are the different kinds of terms you have been adding over there will be automatically captured onto the managed terms. And the last one is a suggested question, wherein it will show what are the different kinds of suggested questions are available. It will automatically come in there. AP1 by, let's say AP1 by average cost for 2. Let's say this is some question I'm adding. Okay, this is some question I'm adding. So this is a result. And then what I would say by line chart or as a line chart. So I wanted to add this question, or let's say not the line chart or something else I wanted to add. Okay, some question had happened like this. So I'll give it something and I'll add this question. So this will come as a suggested questions here. So I'll click on the save and I'm gonna close this window. Okay, and I go back here to my Q&A. So I know it should be working on now. Yep, working on that. So I'm removing this. Now, do you see that questions here? Show all the suggestions. It is the suggested question I have given can, it appears here on my list. This appears in my list. So I can write few more questions here like that. So possible questions, what could be the possible questions from that? You can also give as a suggested question. This will be added. So this overall question and answer visual will be helpful to you in two different ways. Like one, as Prabhas mentioned, you can cross verify your data, or the other case, you can also see the instant results by deploying this into your report so that users can able to see some instant results over here. And you can, I mean, you can bring in a thought, what could be a possible questions, what could be the answers, everything you can identify and then save it in the report so that it will show up in the suggestions and they can see. So this is about the overall question and answer. Is it fine for everyone? Any questions, anything that it is running in your mind?
No, no. It is very helpful, I
Yeah.
think.
In fact, it will be really helpful. This bit will elevate your report to a next level with all the beautiful, with all the beautiful insights that you're presenting in a report. Apart from this, if you are adding this kind of visual also, it will elevate your report to another level wherein, it will be helpful to all the users very instantly. So you're creating a less dependency over you, and then you're making sure that users are relying on the report and dependency is over the application, but not on you.
Right.
Good. I'll show you one more thing. So as per this particular thing, I mean, this is on the Q&A part. Now, I will also show you one more bit here. Okay. Now your report has been prepared and you are ready to deploy the report. You want to share your report to all the people and send it to over the audience, set of audience. Prior to that, you have something in mind. Very clearly, you have something in mind. Point one. So there are around 4 to 5 different points that we usually work whenever you're doing a report or a dashboard on your Excel and before you publish. This is what we usually do when we prepare and send a report. First thing, it comes to everyone's mind that can I have an index page? I have got how many total number of pages here? I have got a lot of pages. Likewise in Excel, how you want to see all the reports at one time or toggle around different report, there is a simple option here on the Power BI. In between these two arrows here, in between these two arrows, wherever you see, when I right click here on this particular arrow, when I right click here on this arrow, you will see all the kind of pages, whatever you have created will be shown up. You can simply jump onto any one of the page instantly by click on this or double click on that particular report name, that it will automatically take you to that particular page. The same functionality that you saw in Excel, you have the same functionality here. Of course, there is one functionality which is missing. For example, I'm creating a new page and I'll say this is a cover page here. Okay. And only point is if I want to move this page from here, okay, to the beginning of the page, I don't have an option here very quickly. All I need to do is to just drag it over to the page here to the left hand side. And even if I move it, it doesn't go instantly like that. So I need to just do it like this by taking it in a bricks and then finally take it to the front page. This functionality is still missing, wherein right click and then move to the beginning or move to the left. ऐसे जैसे Excel में है हमको option यहाँ पे नहीं है, but yes, you can actually put it over here onto the front page wherever you are. So this is a cover page I created. And as said, in every report that you create, you want to actually bring something, a kind of index page, wherein the moment once I click on the index, it will walk me to that page directly. So this is where the expectation that you will be giving up to the people. So do we have such kind of option here? Yes, Power BI gives you that kind of option. How? I created a cover page. Now watch the screen here. I'm going to the insert tab. I'm going to the insert tab. Under the insert tab, under the elements group, there is an option here called the buttons. Okay. So when I click on the drop down of the button, I'll go to the last option, which is called the navigator, wherein I have an option here called page navigator. I'll come back to the bookmark navigator later. So I'm going to the page navigator. So I click on the page navigator. You will see the page navigator options are coming up like this. So which means all the options, all the sheets or the pages you have created in the report will be shown up here. And then once this visual is updated, you will see the options here. Okay, you'll see the options. So what is that I can rely on? Shape. You can change the shapes here by using a different methodologies. You have chevron arrow, arrow, pentagon arrow everywhere. So let's say, for example, I'm using a chevron arrow. Okay, this is how it looks like. Then on the style, uh, not on the style, rotation. So grid layout, I guess. Yeah. So on the grid layout, I can put this as a grid or I can put it as an horizontal. So when I click on the vertical, this is how it looks like. Okay. And then again, it will help you in terms of the style. You can actually give a different kinds of a style, like I mean, the font colors like this.